Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2026 Research Symposium and Competition. We're really excited to have everybody here today, a global audience from all over the world, whether you're tuning in from YouTube or LinkedIn or Facebook. Welcome. We're excited to have you here. Drop a one in the chat, no matter which channel you're on. If you are excited to be here, if you're looking forward to the presentations that we have today, we have a great lineup for you. Um, so I wanted to share some real exciting news. My father is retiring, and this has been obviously something that I've known is coming and has been kind of really painful for me because the reality is, I've worked with my father for so many years in the surveying industry, and he has just a wealth of knowledge. Every time he tells me, hey, you did this wrong, or hey, this is supposed to be done like this, that's just a sliver of what he knows. And to know that he is retiring and that this is it for him, he's going to be moving on with his life and not being out in the field and not being a surveyor, it really puts into perspective just how much knowledge is going to be retiring with him. And this is a situation that we are seeing all over the industry, right? It's not just exclusive to him. It is exclusive to pretty much most surveyors that have a wealth of knowledge that is not being transferred. For those that don't know who I am, I'm Rami Tamimi. I have been in this industry my entire life. And for me, like the biggest thing that I want to promote is this industry maps the world, right? Whether you're in the traditional land surveying space, whether you're in geospatial technology, whether you're into the geodesy and the earth sciences, surveying and geospatial technology will continue to dominate. It is an industry that is prone to AI. It is an industry that is going to continue to need people. And we struggle every day to see new people being transferred that knowledge and to grow in this industry. And, the reality of the industry is that there is so much potential, there's so much opportunity, and we really want to be able to give people that opportunity and make it simple for them. Now, I'm going to be very honest, very straightforward with everybody. I do have a paid community called the Survey School, and by the end of today, I'm going to ask you to join it. Right, so that's my ask. This is the only time I'm going to talk about it now until the end of our 4-hour symposium. Okay, but I don't want people to sit here and be like, "What is he trying to sell us?" Right? I'm going to tell you right up front. This is what I'm trying to ask for, and so um, just so that you're aware, just so that just so you know where I am coming from, I am in the industry of educating people and helping people. But that's just one mechanism, right? This symposium is a completely other mechanism that we're going to use. Okay, let me go back to my father, right? So many people don't know the methods that he took to get his degree to become a professional surveyor, and it wasn't easy, right? The nearest university, and we live in a major city, we live in the city of Detroit, very large city, international airport. The nearest university for him that he could go to get a surveying degree was 12 hours away by car. So it is very far away, right? Luckily, this university had something kind of similar to online courses, but they had VHS tapes that they would send to local community colleges in the state. And this would be the method that they would get more surveyors to get classes and to learn. So for them, this was their online version of university. And so he would watch the lectures by mail and then go to the university, drive 12 hours to do the lab sessions. And he would do this multiple times a year. Of course, there's no mentors, there's no online discussions, right? The internet is a baby, honestly, at this point. None of what we have today, the ease of use, the ability to build community, we didn't have that, when he was at university. Yet he still got it done, right? He still finished his degree despite all odds, despite being a father, despite being a full-time crew chief, despite working jobs on the side. Like he was, I remember this because my mom would yell at us and tell us, "Hey, be quiet, dad is studying upstairs." But he was a workhorse. He did not let anything stop him, and he did graduate, right? He did graduate, and I was lucky enough to be his son. Really. This is not the scenario that most surveyors find themselves in, right? Most surveyors find themselves discovering the industry and working in it and finding joy and pleasure in surveying when they're in their 40s. And that's what happened to my dad, right? He was in his 40s when he finally figured out this is what I want to do with my life, and I want to go back to school and I want to get my degree. And he did everything against all odds to do it because there really weren't other options. There was no other way to improve his knowledge and improve his skills except this method. This was the easiest method at the time, which is very cumbersome now that we look at it, in hindsight. And I got very lucky that I was put into this industry at such a young age because he genuinely wanted to help his son. He wanted to mentor his son, you know, and most people don't have that. So I really, really consider myself lucky. And if it wasn't for him, I don't think I would be where I am today in my career. The average age of a licensed land surveyor in the US is 57 years old. That's like a retirement age. Yet that is the average age according to NSPS and the state licensing boards. One surveyor is created for every 3 surveyors that retire or die. That is a horrible proportion. We are not creating surveyors fast enough. We are not creating mapping experts fast enough. And you might think this is just surveyors. No, no, no. This is across most mapping and cartography disciplines, right? 9,000 people under the age of 34 are out of the 65,000 working professionals in the surveying, GIS, and photogrammetry professions. That is a study from the US Bureau of Land Statistics. So you can see young professionals in this space are very few. It's very few. And there's a lot of reasons for that. And one of the biggest contributors, honestly, is we're having a transfer issue. We're having an issue transferring information from one generation to the next, from one group to the next. And so we have different halves in the profession, right? We have the research halves, the people that are publishing in journals, people that are attending conferences, finding the new cutting edge technology. Guess what? Practical folks are not reading journal studies. They're not going and doing research. That's just the reality. And so that information is staying within that part of the community. On the flip side, those that are in the field, those that are doing work, those that are like my father, have field books that they put their notes in, their calculations, their methodologies. And where do those field notes live? They live in a cabinet for 20 years in a company and eventually get thrown away. And so the researchers are not even seeing what the practical industry is doing. What kind of methods are they doing? How are the field procedures being handled? And so this transfer is missing. And that's what we're hoping here. We're hoping to be able to attempt to traffic that transfer and allow there to be a transfer of information between both halves. I want you in the chat, go ahead and write down number 1, if you are a licensed professional, whether you're a professional surveyor, a GIS professional, or a certified photogrammetrist. Comment 2, if you're a crew chief or a field technician or a CST, maybe you're a drone pilot, someone who's out in the field doing work. Comment 3, if you're an academic professor or a student or a graduate research assistant. And then comment 4 if you are just new to this. You're new to the industry. You're trying to still figure things out. You're hoping that this might be a new career path for you. Let's see the diversity of everyone. I wanted to really see like how everyone is positioned in this industry. The chat box is your question box, right? Take this opportunity to ask questions. These researchers are like consultants, and it's your opportunity to get some free answers. You're not paying for any of this. So take this opportunity to ask them questions. You may have a question, and so others probably have the same question. So no question is dumb, right? We want there to be open, an open forum. We want you to be able to communicate freely and don't feel like you're under pressure for any reason. We've got 12 presenters today. And so you're going to get a huge range, people from all over the world, from different sectors of the industry. We have 4 sponsors as well. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the perks that these sponsors have given the survey school throughout today's symposium. So this is a competition. So several of our members are competing as well for the best presentation that'll be judged by our instructors at the survey school. And the winner is going to win a free trip to Munich, Germany to attend InterGeo 2026. So We'll talk more about that in just a second. Stay tuned until the end because there's going to be two things for you. Number one, you're going to get a certificate for attending today's seminar. And that'll be all the way at the end. I'm going to give you a code and a website to go to basically claim your certificate. And we also have a very big announcement that we're going to be doing on YouTube and at the survey school. So it's going to go live on Friday, but I'm going to make the announcement today. So again, very, very excited for that. You want to stick around to the end, especially if you're looking for someone to help you with your data. If you're looking for some experienced folks to help you look at your data, you're going to want to stick around to the end. All right. I am excited to welcome our first official speaker. Olaf is the organizer and the head, I would say, head developer of the InterGeo conference in Germany. Olaf, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, hello, Rami. Thank you very much for a nice introduction. Yeah, and hello, guys. So perhaps at a first glance, it seems that I'm a bit of the ordinary here. But I will explain to you that it's maybe not like this. So InterGeo, for those who's not known, is the world's largest geospatial show. I don't know, Rami, will you share the slides or?
Yes.
No slides?
No, we have slides. I don't know why they're not teeing up. Just
Could
give me 2
help
seconds.
Me a bit. No problem. And yeah, I would like to give you a brief overview over the next 10 minutes about my story. And why I'm here and what I'm doing, and yeah, why we are very happy to collaborate and partner with the service school. So,
I think.
Oh, no problem.
It should be.
Yep, so the curiosity is out. What I'm doing here. I'm the sponsor of service school. However, we also would like to give you a brief introduction of myself, but also about the InterGeo show. So at the moment, I see myself.
Yeah, it's just processing. Bear with me here.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. It's our first one, guys. We're gonna nail it by the last one. I promise. All right.
Yeah, and it's a long way from Germany because I'm just in Germany sitting here, and I'm luckily at the end of the day. Maybe you're in the beginning of the day, so that's the difference. Yeah. So everything like this. Okay, so we're talking about InterGeo and especially about that's how we support the young generation and what we do on bringing them in touch with these very interesting geospatial industry. And so what my mission, my thought is what you see here, it's in the undertitle. We don't just measure the world, we shape it how it gets built. And I guess it's one of the most important and impressive things what we can do with our profession, that we are able to shape the next future, and this is something which is really great, So next slide. So when you look what is my background, you see I'm not a stranger. So I'm also, my background is that I'm surveying engineering. I studied in Hamburg in the early 90s, and I was focusing and specializing in the satellite measurements and surveying, and I worked there for 5 years in that kind of business before I moved sites, because in my first job, I was forced to organize an exhibition, a presentation of my first company was working for, and we went to a show called InterGeo, and I was exhibitor for 5 years. And then I turned sign in 1998, and I was just from one to another year, I was the organizer. And it was the best thing I could ever do, because when I was sitting in a university, I was thinking, my gosh, what were you learning here and studying here? And nobody knows about this, because as you know, maybe marketing is not one of the favorite subjects what we learn. So, but at this place where I'm now, I'm of course in the position that I can do something for the industry, but also for those who are interested in coming into it and get inspired of this. So currently, as Sarami was mentioning, I'm CEO of Hinter Expo Conference, and we are steering the InterGeo, but also I'm responsible for other events of Hinter. And here you see when you want to get connected with me, you'll find me on LinkedIn. Next slide. So only give you a brief glimpse on that, what we're talking about, if you not know about this show. So we are the world's largest geospatial event. We are annually, and we showcase the full value chain in one place. So everything what you want to see, from capturing via processing until applying, this is everything what you can see at InterGeo. So we host over 500 exhibitors around the globe, and more than 18,000 visitors we have on an annual base. And the international share is growing. So currently we are with 60% of people coming from abroad. Next slide. So this is something what I would like to share with you. It was my main intention to say, okay, what is a kind of an InterGeo doing for the next generation of surveyors? You know, we have to do a lot of business, and we have to give the companies the right platform to do business, but also we take care that the young generations get an entry and into this large world and important world, and how we do this. So we have different kinds of how we realize it. So of course we work together with formats like the survey school and supporting them and sharing this, but also we sponsor this, but also we have a lot of formats at the show that people who come and want to get connected will have a chance to get connected by putting the sensors in the hand and do some trials, or get the explanation on how a software is working and how in general the workflow is going. So we organize it in this way that we have a geo campus area in our InterGeo, where we give all the next generation a meeting point, and from that place we organize walk and talk tours where we take more or less these young people by hand and bring them to interesting companies in that kind of field, but also that we give with these kind of formats we offer, and also online offer formats we offer. We give all these young generations the opportunity to do some trials and get in a personal and own way in touch with the industry. And as Rami said, currently we are the next generation are really in a good position, because a lot of companies looking for the next generation, for new people, different with different thinking and open mind, to get the jobs for the future done. So once you have any interest on jumping into it and design the future of the world, it's the best place to go. And there are so many different job opportunities out, and things where you can bring in your skills in a different way, which is phenomenal. And like Rami's survey school, but also the InterGeo is one of the opportunities where you can go and can look what fits the best for you. Next slide. So this year, it's a bit what I would like to outline is reality capturing is at the moment that kind of topic which boosts the entire industry. So everything which you can see on sensor side, it doesn't matter if we talk the laser scanners, it's an unbelievable opportunity to get things in pictures, but also then into planning. So it's so easy to capture an area, a building, and start working with this. Either you will rebuild it or you will add something on it. It's really a great chance to capture the current status and start working from this. And what I mentioned earlier, we have a trial park this year with InterGeo also focusing on reality capturing, where you can get the technology of different exhibitors in your hand, and you can run through an area where you can scan different items and can see and get an experience how it works, and get in touch with the latest state of the art technology. So, and just in case it is not everything what it's maybe when you want to have an overview, you can sit down and go to the application dome, which is a dedicated area where you can hear a lot of things how we use and apply the technology and data for different use cases. And this is a great chance where you also get a wide range on that what this kind of branch and industry is enabling for doing and adding value to the geodata, but also from the technology side, added value to the next jobs that we have to sort out for the future world. And of course, it's written down and below underneath the AI topic, which is, from my point of view, a second booster on that, what it's really necessary in our industry, and why it's so interesting to come to this kind of field. Especially from our side is everyone who wants to visit us and it's able to visit us, except those who will win, get here a code IG26 underline welcome minus SRS. When you use this code and you go to our ticket shop, you will get an entry ticket for free. It's easy one. Just in case you have any kind of a problem to get this ticket, reach out to me, and my team and I will be happy to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Olaf. Really, really appreciate it, and everything that you and Intergeo have done for us here at the Survey School. We're really excited to be able to send somebody from the Research Symposium today, and will be joining the international community. So thank you again. All right. Well, I have the honor of welcoming our next speaker, Dr. Joseph Kursky. Dr. Joseph Kursky is one of our instructors at the Survey School, but he also holds 30 years of knowledge working for Esri, the federal government, and has been an instructor at several universities. Joseph, it's great to have you.
Oh, many thanks. Greetings all. Joseph Kursky here. Much appreciate the opportunity here, Rami. Let's chat about something that is near and dear to, I think, all of our hearts that are passionate about geotechnology, surveying, geospatial technology, GIS, remote sensing, etc., GNSS, and that is how effective is teaching and learning with geotechnologies. And hopefully you're seeing my story map here. I'm going to share this in the chat box as well so that you can actually dig into more of the content that I actually have time to discuss today, and you can maybe tell me if you're seeing the implementation and effectiveness of GIS education right now. At some level, all of us care about education, right? We care about our kids' education. We care about what's happening in the world of education, in part because we care about the planet and its people, and that's why we were all drawn to some sort of geotechnologies in the past and why we're pursuing it at present. And we also care about the future of our own organizations. How are we going to get, as Rami very well articulated, people in the surveying geotechnology sphere? How do we attract people into it? And how do we maintain its vibrancy going forward? As you folks know, as never before, we have needed people in geotechnologies for many years, but now more than ever, given the very pressing problems and challenges we face on our planet, right? From energy to water to biodiversity loss to urban sprawl, I mean, you name it, right? Every one of the UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, is focused on the whys of where, the change over space and time. Hence, and there's lots of other reasons we could talk about today, geotechnology in society matters more now than ever. And so my message today is there are people that ask me frequently, hey, Joseph, how do we know if the techniques that we're using for government agencies, nonprofits, students of various ages and various backgrounds, how do we know if these methods are effective? And how can we build more effective methods going forward. So that's what I want to talk with you about for the next 3 hours. Just kidding, we don't have 3 hours. But for the next small bit, location as a framework for study is a noble pursuit. And I just want to tell you that there are GIS, geospatial technology, educators out there at a variety of scales, and they are all, I would consider, leaders in the field. There's not that many of them, though. And I just wanted to briefly mention, Rami was very kind with the introduction, that I have been in 6 different areas of society: government, nonprofit, academia, industry, etc. I'm not the end-all be-all authority on GIS education effectiveness, but I have visited about 400 campuses all over the world, university campuses, and I've also visited about the same amount of primary and secondary schools. So even though I'm doing a lot of talking here with you all today, I do a lot of listening when I'm on those campuses, and I hear the challenges that educators face. No surprise to you all, because it's frequently in the news, but the changes, the chaotic nature of primary, secondary, university, and informal after-school education. So I've been dedicating my career really to promote effective teaching and learning with geospatial technology, which is one of the reasons why I love the community that you all are in, because you're all focused on, we have limited amount of time. How can we make the time that we have in the survey school or any other noble pursuit and endeavor worthwhile? So I've briefly outlined why we should care about education. There's lots of other reasons why we could talk about, but I would just like to nudge you into thinking about, well, what do you want to see in society? If we want to achieve the goals that we're all seeking, right, of a more sustainable, equitable, resilient world, education's a big part of it, especially in these AI-infused teaching and learning tools that we have at our fingertips, including the AI tools in GIS. So I just wanted to keep us focused on that higher, more noble goal. That's ultimately what drives me forward in my own research on the teaching and learning of geospatial technology. So we feel empowered. That's what this slide is meant to convey, this photo. We feel empowered, but we also feel challenged with different societal expectations for what education should be. We feel challenged with some of the demographic changes in society. How many students are available to go into a avenue of study? This community is a great example of you're lifelong learners. You care about empowering yourself to move forward. You're not stagnant. So I, again, really admire and respect you all. I also wanted to say that there are additional fields of research that are appearing. For example, geodesign. And I've got, again, this as a story map, so you can click on any of these links for further investigation. But let's just focus a little bit on why I believe GIS skills are critical to teaching and learning. These touch on this set of higher, more noble goals. Yes, I do want learners to understand how to do spatial analysis, how to buffer, how to overlay, how to create a mean center and a standard deviational ellipse. And in the course that I'm teaching for the survey school, for example, I do all of that stuff. Spatial analysis is a big part of that course, and I encourage you to check it out. The GIS for surveyors course. We're having a blast in there. We're doing a lot of how to bring data in, how to be critical of data, how to do spatial analysis. So the skills, the tools are important. But again, I want to get you thinking about what are the bigger, more noble goals. And to me, one of them is that hexagon that I've got in the upper left. Problem solving, how to solve problems. So using GIS is a very intriguing tool to enable people to solve problems. Also to ask good, meaningful questions. That's the first piece in solving a problem. And also thinking critically about data. How do I know if I can trust it? How do I know what scale was created at, et cetera? Being critical of the data, the methods, the workflows, again, especially in these AI-empowered days that we're living in. How do I understand the metadata in the AI tool? Is the metadata even there? Do I just click on it and run it anyway? these are things I want people to think about going forward. And also that geospatial technology, remote sensing, GIS surveying, GNSS, is a technology for good. Yes, just like every other invention that humans have created, we can use geotechnologies for harm. I recognize that. Maps have been used to subjugate people in the past. They've also been used for protection of the environment, right? So every invention that humans have grappled with and created have been used for both good and harm. But geotechnologies overwhelmingly is for good. There's a whole site called GIS for Good. There's a whole book called GIS for Good by David Yarnold, which I highly encourage reading. And also it provides career pathways, and not just career pathways in the geotechnologies themselves, but as you folks know, increasingly people are using geotechnologies in health, in natural resource management, in city planning, in transportation. The fields are widening. I've got sociologists and economists that were previously kind of hesitant on using geotechnologies because there was this big graphical user interface that they had to grapple with, et cetera. And now they're being encouraged with the ease of use of geotechnologies to say, hey, I can use this in my own research area, in business, in economics, sociology, art, many other fields that were previously sort of not off limits, but very, very few people in those fields. And it's expanding. And that's, I think it's bringing a lot of diversity to our community, where you don't have to come into this from a geography, environmental studies, the traditional backgrounds that people had to get into this field. So that's exciting to me as a geographer. And then finally, spatial thinking. We have a lot of people in society, as you folks know, that have deep expertise in soils of the grasslands biome, right? They know those soils. But you folks in this area, you're thinking spatially. If I alter a variable over here, this variable over here is going to be changed at a different scale. So I'm thinking spatially, and also in systems, like the ecosphere is connected to the biosphere, is connected to the lithosphere, is connected to the atmosphere, is connected to the anthroposphere, the human sphere. So you're thinking spatially and holistically, which is one of the reasons why I think geotechnology education has such appeal. We want to think about a deeper way of engaging people in spatial thinking, and a wider, in other words, different disciplines, a wider discipline area. My own research that I'll briefly talk about here is online engaged instruction using geotechnologies across a variety of disciplines. Again, anthropology, astronomy, I'm thinking of the A fields, archaeology to zoology, and everything in between, A to Z, or Z if you're from certain parts of the world, right? The point is, across a widening array of learning domains, they all can connect to change over space and time. Ultimately, most fields have to do with change over space and time. They're fascinated by that. And so this is one of my articles about, okay, let's look at a set of tools and approaches and evaluate how effective those are. Now, this is difficult kind of research, just like the research you folks are doing. All research is messy, it's sticky, right? We're not in some sort of laboratory with mice, right? Even that's kind of messy and sticky as well. But the point is, we're working with people, and people have different backgrounds, they have different instructors, they have different learning styles, et cetera. There's all kinds of variables, but I think it's worth investigating, because people are asking me, hey, Joseph, you're so passionate about geospatial technology education. Show me how effective it is. Well, that's a difficult, what do you mean by effective? Is it going to raise their scores on a standardized test if you're working with secondary school students? Well, in some cases, yes. But again, it's very difficult to isolate the impact that spatial technology has on teaching and learning. Everyone that I know that is engaged with using these tools in instruction, they overwhelmingly love it. And so do their students, right? You give the students some of these tools, even upper primary. I use the Living Atlas of the World. I use the National Geographic Esri Mapmaker. I use tools to get them thinking spatially. I'm not locking them in a lab and making them do kriging and spatial analysis, but they're thinking spatially. And all of those instructors say, this is why we became instructors in the first place, Joseph, because we want our students to care. We want them to care about issues. We want them to be learners. We want them to learn how to learn and not just answer questions, as many of you probably have experienced as I did. Answer these questions on a worksheet and turn it in, and then memorize a different block of content and then take a test on it and turn it in. Now, that's still largely the model that we have in education. I'm trying to change that paradigm. Not that lecture doesn't have its place, but to change the fundamental approach that we have in education, especially in modern times, right? The point is, this research is ongoing. I'd love to chat with you about it. And just as one more example, then I'll turn it back over to Rami. This is one example of an attempt that I and two mathematics professors had to influence a domain area, a subject area, teaching mathematics using interactive mapping. So this is a book from Taylor and Francis, CRC Press. It has 60 exercises that I created that require no sign-in, but they're all tied to mathematics standards. So it's actually aimed at secondary and university instructors, because they have come to me over the years and said, hey, Joseph, my students don't care, or they say, I want to be a biologist or an engineer, but I'm not a math person. How many of you heard that from maybe friends, colleagues, kids of people you know? I'm not a math person, but I want to be an engineer or a biologist, etc., or a planner. Well, sorry, you say, and I say, you've got to have some math. Well, the problem, the challenge, I think, is not that they're not math people, not that they don't have skills, but mathematics instruction is, not to sound too critical, but it's taught in again, think about your own mathematics courses, in a very, very dry way that's not connected to anything they're solving in the real world. So these activities get them measuring things. You know where I'm going to go with this. Let's measure the top of this mesa. Okay, let's measure an area. Let's measure a perimeter. Let's calculate the volume. Let's calculate the mass. Let's calculate the weight, and then bring it into something they can understand. How many cars does 1 meter at the top of that mesa weigh? Oh my gosh, how many Wembley stadiums could that volume fit? So again, they're using geospatial tools, and they're learning set theory, overlay, buffer, etc. They're learning measurement. They're learning expressions in a GIS environment. See what I mean? So they're still learning mathematics concepts, but they're doing it with real world problems, with real data, and it's interesting and engaging. So I just want to lay that out there as one approach to try to change this educational paradigm. We need more people in this field. So if you know of students and colleagues that are wanting to tackle an area that's very much under-researched, it is one of the areas is this area right here, teaching and learning with geotechnologies. So I'm going to turn it back over to my colleagues here. Thanks for being with me. I will share the story map that I have here in the chat box. Love to chat with you more about this going forward. Thanks, Rami.
Amazing. Thank you, Joseph. Does anybody have any questions for Joseph? I guess I'll ask one real quick. Given that we really struggle, obviously, to bring folks into the industry and just trying to promote the profession, what similarities in terms of struggles are you seeing with bringing in educators and bringing in people that want to share knowledge and want to basically help the next generation of geospatial experts?
One of the chief challenges, I touched on it ever so briefly, is standardized tests. They, in many cases, had a noble idea behind them that, hey, we want to have students, we want to be able to understand where students are at so we can help them in their journey. But the over-reliance on standardized tests, and also coupled with what we're teaching here with surveying, remote sensing, GIS, is they're gaining some facts, but it's not just facts, right? It's about the relationship between median age and median income, or coastlines and resiliency to storm surges. That's very hard to measure. So the over-reliance on standardized tests actually hinders an inquiry-based methodology like these that we're talking about today. So that's one challenge. We're going to have standardized testing around the world. It's not that we can, people aren't coming to me and you all and saying, hey, let's just get rid of all these. It's an industry. Standardized testing is an industry, and we're not going to get rid of it. And some of it actually is has some useful elements, but that's one of the challenges. Actually, is the over reliance on measurable outcomes in terms of facts and figures.
Yeah, it becomes kind of a dependency, and not everyone is able to execute in that way, and they have other ways of showing their talents and their skills in the industry. So definitely agree with you on that. Dr. Kursky, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate you and all your knowledge.
Thank you so much.
All right. Before we hop on to the next speaker, I want to take a quick moment to thank one of our sponsors at the survey school. Um, I don't know why. There it is. Uh-oh, it went away. There we go. So IMLID GNSS receivers, I want to thank them for sponsoring the survey school and being a big partner for us. IMLID has been one of my early sponsors on the YouTube channel, providing me with basically the equipment to teach and educate everyone about GNSS technology. How do you collect high accuracy satellite-based data? And now at the survey school, they are actually giving our members free GNSS receivers as well as a free pro license to IMLID Flow to help with your education, to help get you hands-on training. And the best part is you get to keep it. It's your receiver. So IMLID has been incredible, has been a huge industry disruptor, and has really brought this technology to the hands of so many talented people to be able to use satellite-based positioning. So thank you, IMLID, for everything that you've done for us at the survey school and what you've done for the surveying industry. All right. So our next speaker is Rose Gina. And I believe, there we go. There she is. So Rose is a professional surveyor in South Africa. And she has a company called Property Advisory. She's dedicated her career to not just technical excellency, but to truly advocate for the industry across the built environment. She has ready today to present a presentation about communicating with geomatics and value propositions. Rose, thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Remy. Hey, I see my slides are here. It's Ginya, not Gina as in.
Oh, Ginya,
yeah,
sorry.
yes.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Yeah. I will start with this quote here that says, surveyors solve problems you didn't know existed in ways you'll never understand. When I came across this quote for the first time, I shared it, and it felt cool. I just shared it. Today, I'm kind of embarrassed that I did, because in my opinion, it is a big source of a lot of our problems. Now, like we've heard you speak, and we've heard a doctor just now also speak about how we have issues attracting new talent into the profession, but also transferring skills. So there is an issue of communication within the industry, but there's an issue of representation as well. There's an issue of advocacy. We're not advocating for the profession enough. And at this point, I don't find the quote so funny anymore, because it is a representation of how we act as land surveyors. We try not to be, not that we're trying, I think inherently we are like that. We don't like visibility per se. And so we just quietly solve these problems that we solve for people. But then the result of that is people don't know that we can solve these problems. They don't know they don't know they have problems, and they don't know we can solve problems. Therefore, they're not out there seeking or looking for surveyors. So you have areas like South Africa where you have, in my opinion, an oversupply of surveyors, because there's a lot of qualified surveyors that currently do not have work. But you have vast open lands. You have a lot of land that can be surveyed. You do have work. You should have work. There shouldn't be people that are struggling to get work. One of the reasons why people are struggling to get work is because they don't actually know. The public that we're supposed to be servicing doesn't know that we can provide them with these services. They don't even know that these problems they have exist. And so it's up to us to go out there. You know how dentists will go out and tell us we need to get our teeth cleaned every 6 months. We know this. We don't know how they do it. We don't know. Yeah, we don't know the chemicals they use. We know nothing. We just know we need to check in every 6 months to have our teeth fixed. And so That's where my research kind of came from, because previously we attempted to, we still do this, to put information out there for people to get to know surveying from their own perspective. We're explaining it in ways that they can understand, in how it relates to them. Not what we're not trying to produce we're not trying to produce other surveyors. We're trying to teach the general public why they need surveying in the first place, why they need us, how it relates to them. So if you're speaking to an architectural professional, you will use a different language from when you are speaking to, let's say, a lecturer, a land surveying lecturer, or a civil engineer, or just two neighbors that are fighting over a boundary. The language that you use should be different. You should communicate with these people differently, because they're not the same. Their interests in surveying or your value proposition to them as a land surveyor is different. And when we put out the content online, which I still do, digital content, and then after a year of putting out content, we then did a survey where we were testing people's understanding of surveying as it relates to them, not the technicalities of what surveying is, but as it relates to them. We then did a survey to try and find out what they thought of the profession before they were exposed to the content and after they were exposed to the content. And surprisingly, 92% of the people reported that they had a greater appreciation of the profession after being exposed to the profession. But it's not just about them seeing someone with a total station. It was how the value of the profession was communicated to them. It was communicated in a way that they could relate to it. So that was interesting to see that people value the profession more and they appreciate it more. And in South Africa, we also face an issue of exclusion as a profession. There are a lot of opportunities that should involve a lot of professionals in the built environment, where you find that land surveyors are excluded from those opportunities. And that's because people don't fully understand our capabilities. They don't fully understand what we do. So part of putting out the content, educating people, was to let stakeholders, built environment professionals outside the land surveying profession, know what it is that we do, what it is that we're capable of doing. And it was exciting then to see the reception and their response to this, how it changed their perception of the profession. So then we realized that advocacy begins when people understand what you do. That's how you advocate for a profession. You make people understand, you educate people about what you do so that you can get their buy-in. There may be a few people maybe that joined land surveying because of the cool gadgets that we used. Some may have joined because the maths is so complicated and they like to be challenged. Some of them for the technology, I don't know, but a lot of us, in one way, in some way, we're trying to provide a service to someone. And so if we are not letting the public that we're trying to service know how we can service them, why we need to service them, then we're not doing the profession justice, but we're also not doing the public any justice. Now, this paper, if anyone wants it, we wrote this for the FIC 2026. It is out there if you search. I think it was, I don't know. I will not get into it because now I forget the title of the paper. But anyways, now to move from that paper, what I started asking was this. If we can see that 92% of people have changed perception of the profession after they are exposed to what the profession does, not what the profession does, but why it relates to them, why it's important for them. Should we not then be producing land surveyors, geospatial professionals that are able to communicate this value proposition? It doesn't matter which field you're in, photogrammetry, GIS, it doesn't matter, geodesist. You should be able to communicate to the next person why what you do matters to them. It's not about what you do. It's not about the technicalities of what you do. When we are on our own, we can have these conversations on our own, talk about technicalities, but the general public is not interested in figuring out how the satellite constellation works in order to provide us with sub-centimeter accuracy. That's not what the public wants. What they are more interested in is why they should care. And we need, as professionals, in my opinion, to be able to communicate this value that we're bringing into the profession. Hence the study, to see then if we can embed the ability, or we can assess the ability of the young graduates to be able to communicate this value proposition to whoever they come across. And I'm not trying to say everyone should create digital content. I'm not trying to say everyone should be a public speaker, stand on top of a mountain and shout. I'm saying that if you are sitting with someone and you ever have to share anything about land surveying, geomatics, geospatial studies, it should be almost natural for you to relate it to them without you rushing to now state what you do, get into technicalities, because then you will lose that audience. But then if we create those advocates as a profession, we build trust within the public. Very few people question why doctors do the things they do. A lot of times you go to a doctor, especially if you're going to a GP, they just write you a script. They're not going to cut you open anything. You just trust that that script is correct. You're going to go get medication and come back, because we've become so familiar with doctors. We just trust them. So if we become familiar to the public, if we are no longer strangers to the public, then we sort of we build that trust with the public. And therefore, whenever they have problems, we become the people that they go to for assistance. But in addition to that, we strengthen professional identity. It takes a lot to, for an example, get a BSc in land surveying. The requirements to get there in South Africa are higher than in medicine. Well, that was many years ago when I was trying to get into university. The requirements to get to land surveying in terms of your maths and your science, what you're required to have, was higher. You were required to get 70% in maths, 70% in physics, whereas in medicine, you were required to get 60% both in maths and physics. My point with that is, it should be something that when I go into, I'm a land surveyor, I had to get a whole 70% in order to get into this stream. It should then be attractive. It should be, I should carry that identity with me. This is a big deal that I'm a land surveyor. But if we don't advocate, we're not speaking about the profession, we're not creating that sort of identity as a profession. But also, advocacy helps the public. It protects the public, because public now understands what we do as land surveyors, and therefore they become protected from unethical practitioners or people who shouldn't be practicing, but who are taking their chances anyways practicing. Now, it's not always the case that we don't get rooms to speak or we don't get opportunities to speak. Even when we do have opportunities to speak, what we focus on is what we do. It is how accurate this machine is, how all of that, the technicalities of the surveying profession. But it needs to be tailored according to who you are speaking to. And we need to start with why we do what we do, depending on who we are speaking to and why it matters to them. For us to then be saying, okay, we are advocating for the profession. People are starting to understand the profession better, and they're starting to, for a lack of a better term, to take us seriously. And so this is where I come in and say we need to change as a profession, change our mindset, change how we communicate with the general public, and learn to communicate the value proposition of this profession, because we have a lot to offer as a profession, I think. And I think everyone who's in here will agree with me that we have a lot to offer. We have cool equipment that we use. We have great gadgets, technology, and we solve some of the most complex problems that only we are uniquely qualified to solve. We should take pride in that. We should be able to brag about that, but also make the public understand why this matters to them. It shouldn't be an internal thing only for us. Now, I'm sure you want to know what the study actually is. So the study is trying to say, the paper I'm writing is trying to say, are we as a profession training people to move away from saying, this is what we do, this is how we do it, and this is why we do it. Because by the time you get to why you do it, people are falling asleep. They're no longer listening to you. But if you start with why it matters to them, then you've captured them. They're listening to you, and then you can get into how you how you create that value, and then the equipment that you use to sort of assure them. I've borrowed from Simon Sinek. I don't know if everyone knows him. Simon Sinek's golden cycle. I've borrowed from him here. That if you start with why this matters to people, then you capture their attention and you are able then to move along with them and get to the part where you tell them what you actually do because you've told them why it matters to them. Now, the research question was, are graduates prepared to communicate the profession's why? That is a simplified version of it. And is this intentionally taught? Is it something that some people just catch, or is it intentionally caught? Are we actually assessed on this? And the preliminary findings were that after I went through, what do you call it, curricula of about 7 institutions in South Africa, public institutions that offer surveying-related studies, I found that there's no explicit learning outcome that relates to communication of the profession's value proposition. And this is then where the study began. This was the first phase of the study. Now, the second phase of the study will be to go ask young professionals to survey them and to see the exposure, the confidence, and then to assess if they are able to communicate this value proposition, and then borrow from different fields like marketing, sales, where else? But other professions like the medical fraternity, who have done this thing of professional advocacy, to see then how we can also as a profession, as a land surveying profession, be able to be people that are able to communicate the value proposition of the profession. Now, why does this study matter? Why am I talking too much? Why am I yelling in your ears? It's because every land surveyor out there, or every surveyor, or every geospatial professional represents us as a profession. And every interaction will shape how the public sees us as a profession, as a whole. And therefore, we need to use those opportunities when we get them. We need to use the opportunity to shape public perception in our favor, because public perception will affect the sustainability of the profession. From the perspective of being able to attract new people into the profession, to the perspective, to the side of we are able to get work from the public because the public knows and understands that they need to employ land surveyors, and why they need to employ land surveyors, how they relate to land surveyors. And if you, am I over time? Oh, sorry about that.
You're okay.
But
You're
anyways,
okay.
I think that is the that is the last slide, why the study matters. And yeah, thank you, Remy. I didn't
You're
realize.
fine. No, thank you, Rose. We really appreciate your insights. I think this is a really tough topic because a lot of people don't realize that if we don't have these difficult conversations, this is how professions become, embodied into other professions. They die, basically. And this is a very critical profession. It's one that really needs a lot of attention. And it seems to be consistent around the world. So, no, thank you so much for your insights. We really appreciate it. Awesome. Cool. All right, I'm going to go ahead and bring on the next speaker. So, Rustin, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Sweet.
So, yeah, Rustin is a university student at, is it Salisbury University?
Salisbury.
Salisbury University. And he leads the Digital Twin Initiative and has been doing some incredible work making 3D reconstructions more accessible. Today he's going to show us how he built an accurate indoor-outdoor digital twin without relying on LiDAR or expensive enterprise software. And he'll even be sharing some custom tools that he's built with us today. So go ahead and get your screen on here. Yep, there you go. And Rustin, the stage is yours.
Alrighty. So hello everyone, my name is Rustin Newbold and I'm very excited to be here today presenting Inside Out, building scalable digital twin workflow with drone and 360 cameras. One thing of note is that this project is an ongoing development. So what even is a digital twin? Well, a digital twin is kind of what it sounds like. It's a virtual counterpart to something that exists in the real world. Typically, these include real-time IoT, Internet of Things sensor data, but for our sake, I'm just going to be simply focusing on the modeling aspect. Digital twins are commonly used for simulation, monitoring, and optimization purposes. Whether you work in admissions at a university and you're trying to sell the campus to a student by providing a virtual model, or maybe you're a professional surveyor who wants a highly accurate model of a building inside and out. And so that raises a question. How can I go about creating these digital twins? And there's three things you need to ask related to that. What type of recreation do you want to make? What type of modeling software are you going to use? And what type of data are you even going to collect? And this project proposes a accessible workflow. And so where can we test this methodology? Well, Norrisville United Methodist Church. The end goal is to actually model Henson Hall, the STEM center at Salisbury University. However, since I'm home for the summer portion, this is something that's local to me. So I'll just be testing our methodology here. And so that you guys understand, basically the church is this nice little dotted outer complex area, and we're going to try to be modeling that whole area as well as the hall that is circled in red inside and out. So once again, Inside Out is trying to present an accessible modeling workflow. So that means we're going to be using consumer grade hardware or free or open source software. So for the outer workflow, we'll be using the DJI Mini 4 Pro, the Emerald Reach RX2, and Waypoint Map. For the interior workflow, we'll be using Argus, my custom 360 camera rig, more on that later, April tags, and some kind of distance measuring device. For the software, we'll be using Hera, the first time I'm ever announcing this, but this is also a custom tool that I've been working on, Reality Scan for the structure for motion alignment, Lickfield Studio for generating the splats, and then Supersplat for hosting it online. And once again, this is going to be a practical and scalable methodology. If an undergraduate student at Salisbury can do this, I think another student can get in their hands onto this, or maybe even a professional. So onto the tools. So I mentioned that this is going to be free, and I really do mean it. The software is actually going to cost you absolutely nothing, but the hardware is where a lot of your cost lies. And I know that $4,000 number might look a little bit scary, but a lot of that cost actually comes from the RX2 and the drone itself. I know a lot of you guys here are actually surveyors, or at least are going to have access to that type of equipment. So you can actually probably completely disregard the RX2 and possibly the drone as well. You might even have a better drone than the one that I have. One thing of note is that I am assuming that you have access to a gaming computer or some really strong computer, a 3D printer or 2D printer and 2D printer. So what even is Argus? I mentioned Argus is my custom 360 camera, but you can literally see it here on the screen. This is the second generation prototype of it. Basically, it's 3 cameras that are sort of stuck together with extendable selfie sticks. I plan to release the files on how to create this later in the future, as well as a step-by-step guide to making it for yourself. Further, what even is Hera? So again, Hera is my custom software that I've been developing behind the scenes. It's kind of like a GUI for FFmpeg and some Python scripting. But basically, it takes all that data that you have from your Argus camera rig, your high, medium, low video files, and it generates these structure for motion ready data sets. Further, there's some cool built-in tools within Hera. One is Capture Plan. Capture Plan is kind of what it sounds like. Basically, depending on what your building layout is, you sort of have these modular components you can throw into the interface, and you can just simply snap them together and generate your indoor layout. And it will use some pathing algorithms to actually determine the most optimal path that you should walk, as well as where you should place the April tags, the markers, and what type of distance constraints you should have, as well as a built-in April tag generator in the software. So onto the exterior workflow. This is going to look kind of familiar if you've ever done drone surveying, but basically we're going to do a nice top-down high angle shot of the area of interest. Then we're going to go a little bit lower and fly a double grid oblique flight. I found that works best for me. It's just simply a 45 at around the 40 meter mark, but you can scale that accordingly depending on your work site. Then you're going to get a little bit lower towards the building of interest and fly a 30 meter orbital around. And then just a couple manual flights as well. It just simply depends on, what data you've already collected. Basically, the more data, a little bit, the better, because whatever you don't capture, you're not going to be able to model. And again, we're trying to model this entire building. So the more data, the better. Then you'll just do your standard ground control point surveying for like an outer drone workflow, spread your markers thoroughly throughout, survey those. But in addition, you're going to add April tags to something called a bridge cluster, which I will talk more about later. But that is going to be our way for tethering the inner and outer models together. You're going to go fly your drone to collect all your data. you're going to perform a structure from motion alignment algorithm within RealityScan. You can see here that, yeah, that roughly seemed to align pretty good. So then we'll go about our georeferencing procedures. One thing of note here is that I toggled off the setting called prior pose. And this is because, again, we're using consumer hardware. So the drone is actually just a standard GPS, in the drone. It's not going to be highly accurate. So by turning off prior pose, we're putting more faith in the RTK survey control points because they are more accurate. Then we'll perform our 3D reconstruction. By putting it into Lichtfield Studio and just tweaking our parameters accordingly. One thing of note is that I only did 30,000 iterations for the splat. Again, this is a testing model. The final one, I'm probably going to bump it to around 50,000. And boom, here's our actual model that is scaled and referenced. You guys at home can sit there and hold your phone up to the screen and scan the QR code. You should be actually able to interact with the model. For whatever reason, it decides to spawn you, the camera below the terrain. Just simply click the orbital icon. It's what looks like on orange on the screen. It'll look orange once you touch it. And you should be able to pinch and zoom and navigate around the model. I'm going to leave this up here for just about 5 more seconds, and then I'll carry on. So once that's all reconstructed, we're going to perform a little bit of a quality assessment. I am hopping back to RealityScan, and I'll explain why later on. But basically, I have 3 individual checkpoints, and by computing an RSME, I found that my worst error in the 3-dimensional axis, or all across 3 axes, was around 4.34 centimeters. Not horrible, but not super great. Honestly, pretty good for a test model, but it can be improved. So for the interior workflow, this is probably the one a lot of you guys are actually waiting for. We're going to perform a capture planning sort of workflow. So a lot of you guys are going to have access to some kind of floor plan. However, I didn't. So I just whipped this up in Photoshop to show you what I'm talking about. Basically, the main walkway into the church is designated by this little blue arrow. And you can see there's a main hall, a main hallway, a secondary hallway, and then a connecting room to that. So my thought is that if you can model this main hall, main room, main hall, and the 2 other components, you can probably model anything in the building and hopefully scale it up further. So by using Hera and putting in our dimensions, you can see actually how many April tags we'll need and what type of path we should walk. Pay attention to that blue line. It'll look kind of familiar here in a moment when we actually go to walk through it. But doing it for all, you can see the official capture plan in the top right corner. But for the sake of keeping the graphics the same, the center graphic is just the same sketch, but I just put stars for where all the April tags actually are roughly within the building. Then you're going to actually go about the marking process. So basically just, again, putting the ones on the door, the bridge cluster, a couple on the floor, and then across the wall. You want them high and low just so you get different angles. And then measuring 2-way with the distance measure for the wall components. And then on the floor, you can simply use your iPhone's LiDAR or a tape measure. It just depends. I found my iPhone's LiDAR just worked just fine. And then you're going to go collect data with Argus. So simply assemble it together, put it around your shoulder, and walk around and collect the data. If you look on the right, there's the GIF of me walking through the main hallway. You'll notice the path that I'm walking looks kind of familiar to, or actually pretty familiar to the actual path that was generated in Capture Plan, which is kind of cool. And then on the left is me walking through the main hallway. So once all that data is all collected, you'll throw it into Hera or FFmpeg if you choose not to use Hera. And you'll sit there and you'll generate your cube map ready or structure from motion ready data sets. So what it basically does is you take the 360 sphere and it's in an equirectangular format. If you don't know what an equirectangular format is, look at the bottom left corner. It's sort of that really weird stretched 16:9 ratio frame. But basically, it's the 360 sphere wrapped and projected onto this surface. And then that itself gets cut up and generated into these little faces, cube map faces, which you can see on the right. And that is actually what the software is going to be using for aligning. Hera also generates your Colmap files too, which is kind of nice. So yeah. However, when we go to align, we have a little bit of an issue, and this is where the project is still in development. We can see here that 2 out of our 4 components were aligned. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, if I overlay our prior graphic, you can see the main hall was actually mapped, or the main walkway was actually mapped, as well as the main hallway. However, the secondary hallway and the adjacent room to that was not. And we can also see that by looking at our camera registration. Roughly 1/3 of the cameras were actually aligned. So 2/3 of our data just simply is not being used. And I'm trying to figure out why, and more on that later. But if we keep on chugging and performing our reconstruction, it's a very similar process to the outer workflow. We'll throw that registration into Lichtfield Studio and train it. Again, this is still a testing model, but honestly, for a testing model that is a little bit broken, this is pretty good for what we have so far. Again, it's scaled and it looks very photorealistic. And then once a proper structure from motion and reconstruction is made, we can just simply perform a quality assessment. Again, measure 2 different constraints or more in the real world, and then compare that to what we have in the model. So On to connecting the inner and outer models. I mentioned this term bridge cluster, and this is where I really want to define it. So a bridge cluster is the connecting pathway that has 2 or more April tags that is being seen from the inner and outer portions of your workflow. Basically, this is actually how you're going to tether the 2 things together. With the drone, you're going to fly around that area of interest. You want as many angles as possible. And with the camera rig on the inside, you're going to simply walk out the building with it and walk back in with it. You can choose to disassemble it and use a single camera, but if you already have the camera rig assembled, more data, the better. And the whole reason for why we want to connect them is to hopefully create a single scaled and geo-referenced model. So the inner model is only locally constrained. In other words, it just has local distance measurements. The outer model has the geo-referencing measurements. It has the coordinate system attached to it. So by finding a way to sort of tether these 2 components together, we can almost geo-reference the interior model as well, and to create a unified, single, scaled and geo-referenced model. So far, I would argue that the project is probably around 75 to 80% complete. There's still some improvements with our methodology that we need to work on. One thing of that is our structure from motion alignment. I think there's 3 different ways that we can improve the alignment procedures. One is revising our cube map generation. Maybe we have too many faces selected, or maybe they're not wide enough. The field of view plays a role, the pitch acts, roll, the whole 9 yards like that. And finding a way to find the most optimal cube map generation procedures is something that I am exploring. The second thing is a segmented indoor reconstruction. And what I mean by that is currently for the indoor portion, you're taking all of your frames and sort of just dumping them like puzzle pieces into Reality Scan and then praying that it works. So the way to do the segmented approach is to take the puzzle pieces that correspond to the correct location. In other words, the main room, the first room, the second room, the third room, the fourth room, so on and so forth. And then finding a way to sort of glue those pieces together, these components together, to create a unified single model. And the third thing is finding a way to possibly mask the operator and the Argus camera rig. Again, you are in a lot of the data as well as the camera rig. And structure from motion fails if there's more than 30% alignment or 30% of something that's not moving within the shot. So by finding a way to mask the operator and the rig, aka the data that you don't need, out of the actual data set, hopefully that should also improve alignment as well. The second thing of note for improving the project is georeferencing our Gaussian splat. This might sound a little bit confusing, but the splat that you guys just played around with on the outer portion of the model is actually not georeferenced in the form it currently is in. It's technically scaled properly. However, all of the georeferencing data still lies within Reality Scan, which is why I perform my quality check in Reality Scan. So finding a way to sort of export that over is of importance. And there are some extensions with that. And the third thing is improving our bridge cluster procedures. So in other words, we need to have more entranceways, more doors open to going into the model. So we don't have this sort of dead reckoning style of navigation, so that there's no hallucination with the coordinate system and stuff. Think of it like more ways to see inside the building so that the scaling is actually proper and referencing is proper. And secondly, I know someone's going to say this, one of the April tags was on a door. So anything hinging, if that were to move for whatever reason, that's not good. So by banning placement on any hinging surfaces, hopefully we'll get a better alignment too. And with that, here are some references for the presentation. It was a pleasure being here today. Please contact me if you guys have any questions about the Argus camera rig, Hera, or possibly Iris 2. And thank you for letting me be here.
Yeah, thank you, Rustin. Very, very impressive. Questions from the audience? I'll ask a quick one as someone may type something in. Have you explored any potential ground truthing methods to compare your results and see what your accuracies could be to, a method that is a little bit more trusted, considering you are building a rig and kind of creating your own workflow?
Yeah, so originally, the biggest cost barrier for at least Salisbury in making their digital twin was cost. I wanted to make this as accessible as possible. And so that's kind of why I went the 360 camera route. And the nicest way possible, we had a bunch of 360 cameras lying around. And in my head, I went, well, photogrammetry exists. Is there not a way that we can use that accordingly? And so hopefully my thought is that, by sitting here and proving to you that, we can actually start to make something that might work. I can possibly get a budget increase or funding to compare it to something like a SLAM scanner that is actually proper, going through the building and stuff like that, better, or I should say more accurate dimensional constraints in that portion. In other words, getting more awareness to the project to hopefully increase funding and then compare it to something that is, more expensive, but, tried and true.
Yeah, absolutely. Once you start to get with some of those more expensive sensors, I mean, they've been proven to have like the robustness needed. And if you start to get really similar results, that's how you start to prove that this is a viable solution at a fraction of the cost. So
Yeah.
definitely something to consider. Yeah. Um, what part of the project has required the most original problem solving from you?
Probably the alignment and creation of the software. Honestly, the Hera software has kind of came out of absolutely nowhere at me. Originally, when I presented this at the student undergraduate research conference back in April, Hera did not exist, and I had the first generation prototype of the Argus camera rig, and I was getting, for lack of a better word, a really crappy model. It just simply sucked, and it was because I had to manually sit there and code everything. And I'm not a coder. I do not like to code. It's not, in my blood. I hate it. So any way for me to sit there and make that, process as easy as possible, I wanted to explore. And so I actually was taking a Python class at the time, and I learned a lot about coding and making applications, and just using YouTube University to sit there and learn how to code. With a little bit of help with AI too. I won't lie. But I developed the application. So it's as drag and drop as you can get it. And then the incorporation of capture plan as well. I want to emphasize capture plan a lot. I've had to look a lot into, have you ever seen, it's like grocery store path optimization? It sounds really weird, but it's to basically trick you into waiting in a longer queue line. The same exact concepts used in that are actually used in like distance constraints for like, in other words, you basically pretend like, you are just like, like a 2x2 meter cube instead of like a single person in this line. And that's your like visual buffer. That's why there was that buffer for that pathway. It wasn't, directly against the wall or something like that. So exploring a lot of that stuff too. So like basically developing the capture plan software, because originally it was just a bunch of, notes on my paper of, what you should and shouldn't do. I was like finding a way to just make that accessible so it's as easy as possible. Because, again, a lot of you guys, you want something that works. And so finding a way to make something that works and is accessible and it's easy. Again, if I, a student, can do it, you guys, a professional, can probably do it. So, a lot of time spending building Hera, I'll say that.
Oh, fantastic. Well, Rustin, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And excellent job on the presentation.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right. So we're going to bring on the next speaker. Hello, Israel. How are you? You are muted.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, of course. So, like to welcome Israel. Is a student from the Federal University of Technology in Nigeria. He's going to be sharing his research about deriving accurate ground heights from free DEM data, putting it to the test against 69 real GPS control points. Israel, stage is yours.
All right, thank you, Rami. So I'll just start immediately. What if a mathematical bridge to space could replace months of ground surveying? So basically, my topic is assessment of global potential models for ellipsoidal height derivation from Copernicus globate them using GPS control points. I have a very bad network. Just in case you're not hearing me again, just type it in the comment section so I can know that I am gone. All right, so we all know that height determination is very compulsory and necessary in geodesy, surveying, geopotential construction and all. So basically, okay, let me control my. So yes, to the next point now, why it matters. We all know that leveling is the best height determination method, but the problem that it has, it eats time and consumes money. So the first point here is field work, eats time and money. Running GPS points and leveling over. Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. We hear you, Israel. Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, my network is very bad, so I just need to be sure. All right, thank you, Rami. I'll just go on. So feed work, it's time. Leveling basically it's time. For you to run leveling in a special place, it takes time. But Please, can you give me time to just
Yeah, take your time. No worries.
I'm just curious. Sorry about that.
That's okay. No, you're fine. It's just me and you. There's nobody else here.
All right, no problem. So I'll just go ahead. So basically, you can't survey everywhere. There are some places that you cannot survey. There are waterine areas where there is waters. There are some places like mountains that you cannot run your leveling, and even if you want to try it, it's very difficult for you. Another problem that I have is there is no easy journey for Nigeria. Yes, there are some states in Nigeria that has their own joint like Mina and I think Lagos to have, but there is no national global joint in Nigeria. So now, how can we determine our height? So this is what I do. Okay. Okay, now to the next slide. Sorry about that. So we all know traditional leveling, just as I said earlier, it is labor intensive and expensive to across the large areas. So what I did basically is I picked my GPS point. I picked my GPS. I got a point 69 point, just as I said earlier, and I combined it. I downloaded Copernicus Glowdem from Open Topography, and I determined the height. Basically, Copernicus Glowdem gives autometric height, and traditional leveling gives autometric height too. But what if we combine what's it now? So what if we combine the ellipsoidal height from GPS? Behold, like GPS gives ellipsoidal height. So what if we combine the ellipsoidal height from GPS with the Copernicus?
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Take a deep breath. You want me to stay on with you? I'll stay on with you.
All right, so I'll go to the next slide. So I picked 69 points, control points, and GPS gives a soda height, just as I said earlier. So I have my Copernicus glotated them. Copernicus gives episodal height, autometric height rather. So and from this fundamental equation of episodal height is equal to autometric height plus geoid. So I find the best geoids in Nigeria here. There are many researchers that have done their research based on these 5 geopotential models, the HGM 208, SGM, and Gecko, SGG. So I use the equation, this equation H is equal to the big H plus N, the small h being the ellipsoidal height, the big H being the autometric height, and the N being the geoid. I got my ellipsoidal height from Copernicus and geopotential model. The combination of Copernicus Glowdem and geopotential models, they give me the ellipsoidal height. So I can compare this ellipsoidal height from the ellipsoidal height that the GPS gives me. Okay, now to the next slide. So I got this. After computing this, I got the ellipsoidal height for EGM 2008. I got the ellipsoidal height for SGG. I got the ellipsoidal height for the other three as well. And I got to know that the EGM 2008 has the lowest RMS, the lowest root mean square error. Others two are quite close. Those are the results. The EGM 2008 gives me 2.41 meter. The other one, SGG, gives me 2.51 meter. Just like that, but EGM gives the closest match to GPS based on my study area now, which happens to be Akoko South West region of Akure, Ondo State, Nigeria. So now to the next slide. This is a graphical representation of the difference between the GPS observed ellipsoidal height and the global 30 Copernicus 30 Glowdem and EGM 2008 derived ellipsoidal height. This is a graphical representation. And now to the next slide. Yeah, basically, leveling is the best. There's no dispute to that. But what if you can find something better? What if at the comfort of your house, at the comfort of your home, you can compute your and determine your height without going to site? So for now, this is what you can use it for. This is what you cannot use it for. There are some works in surveying that requires a very maximum number of accuracy. Works like engineering surveying, you can definitely not use it for that. But for works like planning and feasibility studies, you can definitely use it for mapping, general contour. These are just fews. There are more than this that you can use it for mapping and general contour, for drainage and catchment studies. But you dare not use it for engineering, cadastral, and boundary because of the level of accuracy it brings. But to some extent, you can still use it for some works. So that's it. Now to this next slide. Surveying is bigger than the chain and the boundary line. I'm a student of surveying and geoinformatics. I was supposed to study civil engineering, and one thing led to the other, and I just find myself here. And when I tell my friends that I'm studying surveying and geoinformatics, they are like, "What's surveying and geoinformatics?" Everyone sees it as this course, this work that you're holding son walking around with no bearing at distance. But I at first I didn't know all of this about surveying, but as time goes on, I become better and better than it. So chain and tape now. These are all the old methods of surveying where you use chain and tape to survey. There's a practical we did in school, and they showed me gutter chain, and this thing is very heavy. I can't carry this thing. Just imagine this. That's what we are still using now. So after gutter chain, it's transition to tapes, transitions to GPS, and now we are talking about satellite altimetry. We are talking about Copernicus globe. Then we are talking of elevation data when you can just. Are you Mirami?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, where you can get your height and determine your height just at the comfort of your home with your laptops and internet maybe. So what surveying actually is now is surveying now talks about the radar altimetry, global gravity models, and data science and code. Just basically I'm working on my project, and the first thing I was supposed to do, I was supposed to use ISAT, and after a while, I got to know that I have to use Python to. Sorry. So I got to know that I have to use Python to extract my episode height from ISAT 2. When I downloaded the data from NASA now. So I got to know that I can use Python. Like it got me so interested. I don't know about coding before, but it interests me so much. And that's part of what my research is all about. More than the height determination, more than a easy way of surveying. What if we have young people like me? All these little things, the coding, the satellite altimetry, how can I put it now? They interest them better than gutter chains and all. When they know that there is something they can do with coding, many of them they know coding already. They are using it in every aspect of their life. And what if they can implement coding in surveying? What if they can now deal with space, even with surveying? In Nigeria here, when you talk about surveying, hardly will anybody think about space. So what if all of these things can be implemented in space instead of going to sites, carrying GPS, carrying theodolites? So some of the surveying here still use theodolites. So what if we can do something better? So now to the next slide. Ravi, can you just help me and put it to the next slide,
there you
please? Yeah, thank you. So from cadastral line to the geodesy, as I said earlier, I'm a student, and in our 4th year in school, we have to go on height industrial training for about 6 months. So my first encounter with surveying was the cadastral line of surveying, where you just map the perimeters of boundaries, stuff like that. But all those things are cool, but I want to do more. I want to solve problems. I want to go into something better. They are very nice, yes. The cadastral is very nice. It's the fundamental of surveying, yeah. But still, I want to do something better, and that is what brought me here today. So I entered UDSC, I entered research, and I was, what can we do better? How can we make surveying a better place for everyone, for even young minds to just enter and do something with it? Because here in Nigeria, people see surveying, just as I said earlier, people see surveying as trash, as something they cannot put their life on. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So this is to the young minds and future surveying leaders, just like me. I'm a student, I'm a young boy. So surveying is more than you being under sun for hours. Surveying is more than you carrying theodolites, you doing bulky computations and all. So there are now technologies, there are now instruments, there are now equipment that you can use, like this one I'm talking about now. At the comfort of my house, I got the episodal height of a study area. So you can do that too. So surveying is something that your life you can build your life on. Just as Rami said, his father is retiring. My regards to him. That's a very nice one. So you too, I too, I'm a young boy pursuing the career. So you can be like me too. So more than the sun, the everything, now there is satellite, you can code, there are global impact of surveying, just like this intergeo conference that we're talking about too, where you can go there and present yourself to the world. Last month, my friend won the FYG, and she went to Cape Town for about 3 days to present something like this too. So you can be like that too. Yes, let's go to the next slide, please. Oh, thank you. So this is the last slide. So you can just grab your free Copernicus them, had EGM 208, and this EGM 208 now is the best for my study area. It's not everywhere because there is no global geopotential model in Nigeria. So as much as Copernicus them, their EGM 208 is embedded in it, we still need to check the best fit. There are many geopotential models that we use in Nigeria, but still like need to check the best fit, the one that can work for this study area. So after doing all that, I found out that it is the EGM 208. So if you're in Nigeria in my study area, you can just grab your Copernicus them, had the EGM 2008 and tie it to a known point and got your height for your next job. So this is just telling you that you can get your high determination without crew, with no leveling line. Imagine you want to get a height from a mountainous place. How can you do it? And that's part of what I said earlier, that you can't get a height, you can't survey everywhere. There are some places that they are beyond your power. But what if with just the satellite data you can do all of these things? And this is me presenting the super easy way of getting your height. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Israel. Really, really appreciate that. I think a lot of people are going to find value, like you said, when you're in remote areas. A couple of people in the chat are asking if there's a place online that you've posted your progress. Do you have something like that available or not yet?
What do you say? I can't hear you.
Just some people are asking, is there a place online where you are posting your progress?
Hey,
You
no,
may
no,
not.
not,
Yeah.
not really.
Not
Actually,
yet?
no, not really.
Okay. I would definitely recommend getting into a GIS. You can use QGIS, it's free. And using something like this to create a database for people to be able to utilize and to be able to use. It's a good place to store also your work that you're doing, because
All right.
there's a lot of great applications where, like you said, remote environments or just to validate data, that you can, you don't necessarily need centimeter level accuracy, but you can get decimeter level accuracy in certain areas. And so being able to track that would be really good. So,
All right. Thanks so much. I'll
awesome.
do that.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for your time. All right. So before we get to the next speaker, going to take a quick sponsor break. my sponsor breaks are short. All right. So I want to take a quick moment to thank Pix4D for sponsoring the survey school. Pix4D has been a valued partner in helping educate people on geospatial technology and processing photogrammetry and LiDAR data. Right now at the survey school, our members are getting a free Pix4D Matic and Pix4D Catch Pro license. So this allows them to process their photogrammetry projects, whether they're using their drones or they're using their iPhones, and they can also get the IMLID Reach RX through the IMLID deal. And so they're getting hands-on software and hardware to practice and to learn and to better understand how to use this technology. So it's a great gift that Pix4D has given us. We appreciate everything that you guys have done for us and supporting the surveying industry. All right. So our next presenter is someone you may have seen online. Let's make this a little more balanced. Shay, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you doing, Rami?
Not too bad. So, for those that don't know, Shay has 19 years of experience in the industry. It is the creator of the Third Dimension, the YouTube channel that goes. I mean, I think I do a decent job of going over like sensor overview, but Shay goes into just an insane amount of detail when it comes to the calibration and the care and the tender workflows. I genuinely I watch Shay constantly. I think you have a very, very good attention to detail. And so we're very excited to see your presentation today. Now, I do have your screens. I'll share yours if that is more comfortable for you. Does that work?
Yeah.
Perfect.
If you don't mind. Awesome.
Of course. So Shay, stage is yours.
Awesome. All right. Today we're talking all about common points in traversing with the total station. And I have a ton to go through and not a lot of time, so I'm going to go fast. So if you have any questions, keep them in mind for the end. So we've all probably heard it before. A total station is inherently less accurate in the vertical component compared to the horizontal component. That's why we need to run a level loop after a traverse if we want really tight elevations. Yeah, that's not exactly true. Now, there was a time when there was some validity to that idea based on the way theodolites were manufactured. And when we start to list off all of the error sources that affect trigonometric height differences, well, I can fully understand where it comes from. But the fact of the matter is, when you fully understand each error source and take steps to minimize them, you can achieve very high levels of vertical accuracy from a total station. And when you add on some advanced field and office techniques, you can even achieve accuracy that some consider only possible with a differential level. Today, I'm going to introduce a novel field and office procedure that can not only give you first order leveling results with the total station, but do so quickly and simultaneously increase your horizontal accuracy and, even more importantly, drastically increase the reliability of your survey. The method I'm describing today is a variation of common point traversing. Now, there's nothing really new about common points, or bracing points as they're sometimes called, but for whatever reason, their use has fallen out of common practice for the last decade or so. Perhaps it's overconfidence in equipment, maybe tight timelines are leading us to cut corners, or it could just be a lack of understanding about what they are, how to use them, or their benefit or the benefit they provide in the first place. Basically, it all comes down to redundancy. We surveyors were taught this on day one: checks on checks on checks. Common points just turn those checks into useful observations that adjust your survey network to increase accuracy and reliability. Let's say we want to traverse around a building using 4 points, 1, 2, 3, and 4. We could set up on 1, backsite 4, and foresight 2. Then when we set up on 2 and backsite 1 and foresight 3, so on and so forth until we close out. And there's nothing really wrong with this method until you get to your closing shot and see you're not getting the deltas you were hoping for. Maybe your pole was out of plumb on one of the foresights. Perhaps your HI or HT was measured wrong. Maybe it's just an accumulation of the random error. Either way, we don't really have much we can do at this point other than close the traverse and distribute the error in a relatively rudimentary and unsophisticated manner. You have no redundancy to work with. What if we temporarily added fixed points in between each traverse hub so that when we were set up on 1 and backsite 4, we measured 0.400 between 1 and 4 and measured 0.100 between 1 and 2? Then when we moved to 2 and we measured 100 and we set 200 in between 2 and 3, we continue the traverse in this manner. This does a few things for us. As soon as we took that check shot to 100 from 2, we would have another way to check our setup. When we backsight, we get delta horizontal and vertical distances, but that leaves us completely blind to the magnitude of error in our orientation. This check shot helps to reveal those hiding angular issues. Then when we get back to the office, we can combine those check shot measurements in our least squares software of choice and essentially create a chain of triangulated closed traverses from each leg, if you will. We took a check shot that really didn't do anything to increase accuracy and gave it a whole new purpose and let it help it adjust the coordinates of our traverse hubs, both horizontally and vertically. And keep in mind, those common points don't need to be unique to each traverse leg. In fact, if we got up on that building and stuck a prism up there that could be seen from each traverse hub, it would provide an even higher degree of redundancy and thus accuracy and confidence. Let's say at the time of survey, we were zoning out, and even with multiple check shots at each setup, we somehow missed a bad observation. Well, in that situation, we can actually reroute the traverse through those common points in post-processing, and as a result, remove any blunders or bad observations from the network. Think about it this way. When we throw on fall protection and climb up a wall to get a post-bore as-built shot, we tie off, right? Ideally, our plan A is not to fall. We have that physical safety net. Think of this as our mathematical safety net. If I'm running a 2-day-long traverse on a tight schedule and find a bust at the end, I'm in a real pickle if I don't have common points or cross ties or redundancy to work with. If I do, it's not really that big of a deal. It's really not that big of a deal. I can very easily identify the problem observation, remove it, and push the traverse through those redundant observations. So right now, you're probably thinking, why did I emphasize vertical accuracy at the beginning of this talk? Everything I've described so far is beneficial to both the horizontal and vertical component. Well, this is where the office procedure I created comes into play. One of the largest sources of vertical error in height determination using a total station comes from those HI and HT measure-ups. We go to great lengths to minimize every error source possible when using a total station, then just grab a $7 tape measure and eye out the height to the center of prism or the center of total station. We can easily be adding in 1/100 of a foot or a few millimeters of random error each time we do this, and that can certainly compound through the network. Going back to the traverse example, let's say we set up at 1. The first traverse hub in this case, or the point with the known elevation, and transfer that elevation up to the tilting axis with an HI measurement. Then project that known elevation to common point 100 and our foresight 2 using slope distances and zenith angles. Then we set up at 2 and backsight 1. Instead of repeating the process of transferring the elevation up to 2, to the trunnion axis of our total station, which is where we need it via a measured HI, we instead measure a height difference between the trunnion axis and the fixed common point prism 100, whose height of target didn't change from when I shot it in from the traverse hub 1 to now while I'm set up at 2. We take that measured height difference and add it to the previously defined elevation of 100, the center of prism, and that now becomes the elevation of the tilting axis of our setup at 2. So why do this? Because we now have an elevation of our setup without measuring an HI or HT. We've mathematically removed the need for either and thus removed the random error associated with their measurement. And of course, we can carry the elevation through to the next common point, 200 or 300 or the 20th common point from now. We'll have never had a single HI measure up involved with its determination, and only the first and last HT or HI measurement will have had any effect on the elevation of the network. And there's even a way to mathematically eliminate those as well. We're essentially piggybacking the elevation of the network through these fixed common points. Now, the elevation of each traverse hub is still affected by the HT and HI that was used to measure it, but that plus or minus 3 millimeters or so of error doesn't compound with each setup like it would with traditional traversing, because we're not using those elevations to define the elevation of subsequent points. It sounds complicated, but luckily for us, it's actually very easy to do by manipulating the raw data in StarNet, a well-known least squares adjustment software. Of course, you could do this manually too. It's just simple trigonometry. Simple might be subjective, but it's slower and clunky to do it manually. And there's actually a sub-program you can get of Trimble Access that uses this principle of trigonometric height transfer. To make this work, we basically just need to remove the influence of the vertical that the vertical angles have between the elevation determination of the traverse hubs. This means the adjustment is forced to use elevations from the common point observations instead. In StarNet, we can use what they called fixity symbols for every single measurement. So it's as simple as going into the raw data and letting the zenith angle of the zenith angle to the traverse hubs float or remove all weighting from that observation. This tells StarNet to exclude that aspect of the measurement from the coordinate calculation. And that's basically it. It takes maybe 5, 10, 15 minutes to do on a typical traverse. To field verify this brace traversing methodology, I performed a 15-station traverse around a residential neighborhood that had a total length of 1,500 meters. All common points were either on power poles, steel posts, or fire hydrants. Besides using common points, I did all my typical field calibrations prior to rounding control. Compensator calibration, ATR calibration, horizontal and vertical collimation calibration, checked and adjusted my rod height, checked my tape measure, checked my optical plummet, so on and so forth. This method is going to help increase accuracy, but you still need to be on your game. I first processed my raw data as is, no manipulation, and without floating the vertical angles between traverse hubs. This provided a vertical closure of 1.1 millimeters, 4/1000ths of a foot. Now, truth be told, I was hoping for a larger vertical discrepancy to highlight the effectiveness of this post-processing technique. However, keep in mind that even though I wasn't yet limiting the vertical component of the traverse to the common points, I was using them. The adjustment was making use of the observations to both the common points and the traverse hubs at this point. So then I removed those common points from the adjustment to see what my vertical closure would have been had I never measured them in the first place to simulate a more traditional traverse, and the vertical closure had doubled to 2.4 millimeters. So right off the bat, before we do any fancy raw data manipulation, we can see these common points are having a significant intangible effect on accuracy. I then brought my common points back in and processed the data, removing the vertical component between each traverse hub by floating those vertical angles. And the final vertical closure was 0.4 millimeters. Now, I know I'm going to get some skepticism because we're dealing with such ridiculously small errors here. And I've actually released all these results along with my raw data and the StarNet project to the public back in February through one of my videos on YouTube. Now, I stand behind everything I did and the methodology as a whole. You see, there are points to debate with this method, and I'm going to bring those up in a moment, but the math is sound. When you sit down and run the error propagation, as I did, there isn't really a valid argument one could make in terms of this not being a significantly more accurate way to use the total station. The thing is, from a mathematical standpoint, I could have measured the HI or HT wrong by 10 centimeters or more, and it would have had zero significant influence on the vertical accuracy of the network. A terrible HI measurement would throw out that traverse hub's elevation, but that error stays at that point. It doesn't get propagated through to subsequent points. And to highlight this, I went back into the raw data and purposely added in error to my HI and HT measure-ups. I randomly introduced between 2 to 3 millimeters of random error into the traverse on about 60% of the setups. After introducing this error, I processed the traverse 3 more times. First with the common points removed, and the vertical closure was 11 millimeters. Then with the common points back in and into the adjustment, but not yet floating the vertical angles to the hubs, and the closure shrunk. Sorry. Grab some water. And the closure shrunk by about 50% to 6.9 millimeters. And finally, I processed the traverse with the HI and HT influence removed. And if I did everything correctly, my measurement should have been identical to the adjustment I did with no error introduced. And that's exactly what I saw, 0.4 millimeters. Now, this really shouldn't be surprising. And like I said earlier, the math is sound. If we ignored all other benefits of common points have on control networks and just focused on whether or not this office technique of floating vertical angles between traverse hubs is more accurate than HI or HT measure-ups, it can be solved with a calculator and some error propagation. I encourage you all not to take my word for it, but do the math yourself, or better yet, use the error propagation program I wrote years ago before vibe coding, which you can find on my YouTube channel. In there, I separate the influence of the instrument-induced errors versus those from measure-ups, and there really is no comparison. The benefit of releasing this idea almost 6 months ago is that I now have some solid peer review. There's 3 main arguments I saw, and I'm running low on time here, so I'm going to cut these a bit short. But first up, 1, it adds too much time. Well, it depends if you traverse. If you're trying to use 4 full-size tripods, yeah, it's going to add too much time. Don't do that. There are better ways. Number 2, trig leveling will never be as accurate as differential leveling. Yes, there is some truth to that, but it's been proven time and again by others you can get first order leveling accuracy from trigonometric means with the right procedure. And when it comes to height transfer in areas with large vertical change, running 5-meter long level legs gets old fast. Number 3, I don't want to buy a least squares adjustment for this just for this one use case. Nor should you. But if you're establishing high accuracy control networks without any least squares adjustment, you've got bigger fish to fry. In my opinion, a least squares adjustment software isn't optional for those who value high accuracy and reliable measurements. Well, that wraps up my presentation. Thank you all for your time. And if you're looking for more information on this subject or others, check out my YouTube channel, The Third Dimension.
Thank you, Shay. And I have to give a lot of appreciation to anyone that makes content about surveying, because it can be dry. It can be very, very dry, talking about trigonometric leveling and, understanding the difference between, using your rod height and using your instrument height to find your position. I did have one question for you, and it's slightly related to this. So when we're doing resectioning to find our position, and obviously it's a similar concept. We don't have to measure height or anything. We're able to just reference some existing control, get our resection, find our position. Have you found a similar result doing resectioning work to find our current position and then begin the survey versus assuming a coordinate 5,000, 5,000, backsighting a distance and then adjusting the azimuth as you continue your survey, whether you have a plat or you want to use your geodetic coordinates afterwards and rotate everything to geodetic north?
Vertically, absolutely, with a caveat being using a fixed height of target that's defined accurately. Like if you're throwing, well, this is a can of worms. To cut it super short, because I know we're on a time. Sure. Yes, if you use a fixed height of target that's defined accurately, 100%. And another little addition: either way, you're probably going to increase your vertical accuracy because you're taking redundant. You're averaging more measurement. You're plucking your elevation from more measurements. It's producing random error.
Yep, and you can average it out as you do more. So cool, yeah. Awesome, Jay. Thank you so much for your time and for your presentation.
Awesome, thanks, guys.
I took myself off there for a second. All right, so let me go and bring on our next speaker. Brooke, how are you, sir? I think you are muted.
Yeah, thank you. I'm doing very well, thank you. And I shared the slides there.
I do see them, yes. So
okay,
there we go.
And so Brooke, are you going to advance them, or go ahead?
Oh yeah, you can advance them on your end. Yeah, they should work on your end.
Okay.
So, all right. Cool. So Brooke is a U.S. Navy veteran and the founder of Cove Geo. Is how you say it? Cove Geo.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Brooke is here today to tackle a question a lot of small geospatial companies face, and that is, how do you choose the right reality capture technology? He'll break it down into practical differences between using Pix4D Catch and a Share S20 scanner, and focus on what actually matters in the field. So, Brooke, the stage is yours.
Right on. Thank you. Okay, guys. So as I said, my name is Brooke, and I'm going to present the research that we did to compare the two products that Rami mentioned. I'll just introduce straight away that those products don't represent the whole category, because obviously there's a large number of products in each of these two categories, and those categories being mobile photogrammetry, in which the Pix40 Catch sits, and then the handheld LiDAR SLAM scanner. So these are entire categories with many vendors in them. The testing that I've done here is, specific to the ones that we captured, but where there are variances or where we expect to see variances, I'm going to call those out. What I hope that you guys get out of this 10-minute discussion to share with you is, one, this is more business driven. So a business driven use case framework. So here are the 11 use cases that we looked at, and how you can look at those for yourself and reuse them if you're evaluating that. Second is how to evaluate the workflow itself. How do you get these products up and running and get them to deliverables? And then obviously our field tested findings. So those are the three things I hope you guys walk away with. I'm going to try to advance this slide. I have no idea how to do it. Oh, here we go. Perfect. So the problem statement, although we'll just leave it at that. Like, if you're capturing everything with a drone, what is missing to that? And by the way, for surveyors, I should clarify, and I'm going to reference this again. When I talk about terrestrial scanning, I'm really speaking specifically about handheld terrestrial scanning, not traditional laser scanning, terrestrial laser scanning. So what are we missing? Ground level facades. So when we capture large buildings and we do orthoplanes of vertical surfaces, the drone does a great job in higher stories, but ground level, it typically can miss a lot. Interiors, obviously, covered areas, constrained sites, whether those are flight constrained or they have overhead obstructions or their access is too narrow, and ground detail, and then overhead services, like I've mentioned. So I'm going to go fast here because I'm sure you guys know a lot of this stuff. So what we really focus on is co-capture and fused deliverables. So we really want to say, we're doing aerial capture and we're doing terrestrial capture, but what I really care the most about is, how do I do that at the same time, of the same asset, of the same site, of the same structure? And then also, how do I fuse those outputs so that the output itself is fused? So that is really the big goal for me, and really what drives a lot of the use cases that you're about to see. Oops. Okay. So here are my 11 use cases, 5 of which, maybe 5.5, are really in our scope for this study. And we have completed this work, so I'll make that clear. So ground level facade and undersized capture. So we're talking about overhangs, soffits, canopies, vertical exteriors. Covered work areas. So this is material handling sites, loading docks, parking garages, walkways, this type of thing. Tree covered terrain. I live in an area of the world where there's enormous tree cover of very high conifers usually. And very often, most of our sites cannot be drone surveyed beyond 50% if they're early stage construction or even at the investment level. So we do work for property managers and investors, and they want to be able to know what's underneath this site, what's the ground actually look like, and that's not an easy thing to capture in an early stage of development. Constrained site capture, which we touched on, and then emergency response planning. Let me speak to that for a second. So I do a lot of work for fire departments and other emergency services, and they want to be able to do things like mapping out critical infrastructure so that, our island that we live on is connected via a bridge, and we want to be able to survey that very rapidly again, and then give that data back to the Washington Department of Transportation. So that kind of work that we're doing. And then the last second one, or the last use case here, is the interior as-built modeling. So this is just how to scan to CAD, basically. The ones that we didn't, you can just read them there. Utility trenches, surface site details, MEP, equipment rooms, and stockpiles. Okay, that's, again, coming back to the 3 types of terrestrial scanning, but we're really focused on handheld scanning. And these are the 2 approaches we took: mobile terrestrial photogrammetry and then handheld LiDAR scanning. Okay, here are the sites that we tested. We got onto a couple of these properties where there's a lot of tree cover, and obviously no drone capable capture is possible in this case, even though we would have liked to have been able to do that. These, I'm not sure how well you guys can see these pictures, but in the interest of time, you know, how do you share all this data? I'm not sure, but in the bottom picture here, Robbie, can you guys see my mouse? Oh, I should probably pull that off here.
I don't think we can see your mouse.
Okay, I'll just be sure to refer to this then. So
Yeah.
then working left to right, on the first slide, you'll see 2 pictures of the same building, of the same scan, or at least the same scanning route, if you will. And you'll see a dramatic difference right away in that when you're using a SLAM scanner with a 70-meter range, it's just like walking in and gathering an entire environment. Whereas where you're using mobile photogrammetry, you can see that it's really more object centered or feature centered. We also did interior and exterior building captures. Both of those are actually Gaussian splatting. And then on the far right there, what you're going to see is, let's see, that's a Marriott building we did, Fairfield. And where the top level of that, the bottom picture is drone capture, obviously, but the underside of that parking, you know, access to get into the main building, that obviously the drones can't see that. So here in this case, we use Pix40 Catch to capture that, and then you can merge those, and so that you've got, you know, a combined deliverable. Okay, so findings. Trying to figure out how to. Yeah, we'll work through it. Findings, workflow, and deliverables. So these are the, however many this is, 8 or 9. And how this slide works is on the left is your mobile photogrammetry solutions. On the right is your handheld LiDAR scanning. And then what's the overlap between them? And then where they differentiated themselves in this test. I've tried to highlight that. And I just want to make a comment that underneath the handheld LiDAR scanning, the results that I'm showing here are specific to the products that we tested, and again, not the whole category. So we have talked to a couple other vendors in this process, and it's clear that there are some differences in the maturity of these products and their solution set, and that's borne out in this these results. So CAD support's very high in both. Accuracy is high on both. Point cloud and usefulness of the point clouds, those are good deliverables. A lot of overlap. There are some differences here we're going to talk about when we map this to the use case. Georeferencing and tagging. Candidly, the Pix40 Catch, which is the product we tested for mobile photogrammetry, is very high here. The quality assurance testing is very high. The processing and sharing of the work products is very high and mature. The training is very comprehensive, and the support is very mature. So that really, because we're looking at a much more kind of mature company, I guess, in this case. But so next. I really want to speak briefly to the workflow specific to Gaussian splatting and AI. And I know there's going to be some subsequent discussions about that. But one thing I want to make clear is that, and I've highlighted these things in red, for many handheld mobile scanners, without splats, the output is mainly a point cloud. And then AI-generated CAD outputs need careful consideration. And so if you're looking at these things for your business, this is an area to really pay very close attention to what is being proposed that they can do. The market is moving very unevenly. It's very rapidly evolving. It's really kind of nascent technology. I would regard it as a business person. It's nascent. There's just a lot of researchers doing a lot of work, very good work. This is just a very rapidly evolving thing, but it is a very uneven space. And so along the bottom there, I've tried to give you a kind of an understanding from a adoption curve or adoption, what it really looks like. And on the far left here, you see scanner vendors. They are really creating the market in this space. And when you look at what these scanners are proposing to do, capturing real world environments and creating a photorealistic, that's these guys really pushing as hard as they can in this space. They're very aggressive on it. The established platforms, I'm going to give the example of Pix4D. They are taking a much more measured pace here, and so that's appreciated. On the far right here of general contractors, they are mostly just unaware of what this is, and it goes back to what Rose had said about communicating the value and problem solving. They don't even know this can be a solution for them. Most people regard point clouds as just merely something to extract and data from and to pull it into CAD. But when we've seen some examples where once you wrap a Gaussian splatting model over the top of it, and people can look at their point cloud and go, oh my gosh, that's my site. And I can drill on that light and know when that leak started on that skylight. It just changes things dramatically. The takeaway from this bottom part here is that the field operators, that's us, we become the integrators. So now we're trying on one hand to communicate to general contractors what all this stuff is. And on the other hand, we're trying to figure out how all this actually works and the science behind Gaussian splatting and the rapidly developing open source tools and commercial tools and the research papers and everybody that's trying to nail this thing down. It's a lot. So this is an area to be cautious and very aware as you go through this. Findings and a use case fitment. So we'll just go start off as-built CAD to or as-built scan to CAD. Again, overlap. They both do great. They both produce very high-level scans. One area that they differentiate is in the details, and I'm not sure how well you guys will be able to see this, but on the left-hand side, you'll see two captures of a truss or a gusset, you might call, and the cleanliness and the detail out of the catch point clouds is very, very high. And in contrast to what we were able to do with our handheld LiDAR scanner. And there's a lot of reasons for that we don't have time to talk to at the moment. But the range, going down to the next, they have the LiveVox 360 scanners really have 70 meters more, where the mobile photogrammetry is down to 5 meters from a LiDAR perspective. They can go a little further from a photogrammetry perspective. But interior geometry, large multi-floor SLAM, the handheld LiDAR scanners are terrific at this. It's just an amazing capability. It's kind of eye-opening how fast you can walk through an environment and gather the geometry on it. I found that in the mobile photogrammetry space, it really focuses in on objects in very modest size spaces. Terrain scanning, again, this is another differentiation. They both differentiate themselves differently. In the mobile LiDAR scanning space, if you're doing trees and large acreage, that's a much better solution to gather it and very, very rapidly. On the mobile photogrammetry side, if you wanted to map out a trench and all the utilities that are coming into that trench, and you want to be able to get very detailed, high visual accuracy placement on that after the fact, that's the product to use for that. Next down, facade and undersized capture. The mobile photogrammetry is terrific at that. Inspection imagery, again, the mobile photogrammetry solution is perfect for that. There is a navigation button over my next two pieces here, but I think that is emergency response planning. So here they have different capabilities. So we have a fire department here locally that I'm working with where they want to be able to scan large public buildings so they can plan out staging and paths for hoses and all types of different things. So they want to be able to have that kind of full on, maybe we'll call it a digital twin, but it's probably for this audience, it's less less accuracy is required than a full-on, BIM type of digital twin. Okay, let's see, next. So, findings. In order to get to business value, really, it's about finding those new jobs, different outcomes, more customer value out of combined capture. And then there's an adoption burden that comes with that, though, from a training perspective, the software and the hardware costs, the technology integration, and then really the burden that you and I take on to try to get some of these deliverables out the door. I'll just be candid. Some of the stuff, you just wonder whether it's actually even valuable. Some of the workflows with Gaussian splatting out of some of these scanners is so onerous and so difficult that you just look at it and you go, I can't be bothered to do that. It just makes no sense to me. And other people have it absolutely nailed. So the workflow matters so very much. And I just want to make that really pretty clear. So let's see, last thing, what are we doing? So we are adopting, day one, we've adopted Pix4D Catch, and we're using that pretty much on a daily basis to address the use cases that we mentioned. But it turns out that it wasn't, I guess we realized that it's really not a one versus the other. It really turned into be which one, they both have unique capabilities, I guess is the point. And they do different things. And that wasn't what I kind of thought going in, that's what I was going to find. But so our next step would be, we're looking at other vendors for the SLAM scanning for those large envelope captures. So in the interest of time, I hope I stepped through that as fast as I could there. And if there are any questions or anything that needs to be elaborated on, I'm very glad to do that.
Thank you, Brooke. Appreciate all the hard work and the real practical applications that you've put these systems through. I've got a quick question for you. Have you been able to test mainly the difference when using those handheld scanners, when utilizing the RTK positioning, and getting really high accuracy trajectories versus just SLAM on its own? Have you been able to see like an actual difference in the drift, or is the compensation been really good? We've heard that some of these scanners the SLAM scanners are getting really, really good, and even without RTK, they're still achieving decent data.
So this is a great question, and it's an area where, unfortunately for me, I want to be careful here, but the way that the RTK SLAM scanner that I demoed or I used, which I actually purchased it, but the RTK SLAM Fusion, I found it to be difficult to do. And I have found other products out there that seem to have it really, really accurate. The SLAM was very good. We had very little drift on SLAM. I only got a chance to do one multi-story building in our testing period, but we saw very little drift in the buildings that we did for SLAM. How to get it fused with RTK data, I struggle with that, and the workflow was just more than I was in the end willing to try to chase it down. On the mobile photogrammetry side, obviously Pix has that really nailed
down. Yeah.
But I'll say that it does break down when you get into large interiors, right? Because you have to kind of use auto tags everywhere, and where you can just take a SLAM scanner, just go into the building and you can scan the whole thing very rapidly. If you've got to go in and try to, put all the auto tags in there first, it's maybe not its greatest strength when you get over a certain size of building. So that's why I put a modest building. It does a great job doing geofusion, which is what they call it. It worked great. All of our testing, it worked great. Better than the particular scanner that we used for the.
And I know you share a lot in our survey school community about the projects that you work on. So thank you for all the data that you share and reporting back the accuracies that you achieve. So
sure, well, and thanks for this opportunity to speak to you guys and share what we found.
Of course. Perfect. Thank you, Brooke.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and bring on our next speaker. So, Alan, how are you today?
I'm doing good. How's everybody doing today?
I think everyone is still here. Yeah, it's right around lunchtime. So, perfect. So, I'm going to go ahead and get your slides pulled up. So, Alan is actually an Air Force veteran and the founder of 321 Aerial Services, and he's actually also a survey school member. Alan is presenting his research on static GNSS measurements versus RTK using real world, data that he collected, and he's basically going to take us through the trade-offs in accuracy, efficiency when establishing drone survey control. So, Alan, the stage is yours.
All right, thanks. Glad to be here. Thanks for this opportunity, Rami. Did it last year, so thought I'd do it again. So, anyways, my research project's titled Static GNSS Measurements versus RTK Measurements, Evaluating the Accuracy and Time Trade-off for Drone Survey Control. I do drone work, so it was an interesting area for me to look into. But the practical question behind this research is fairly simple. When establishing ground control for drone survey, how much additional accuracy do we gain by occupying points for a longer period of time and post-processing the data? And is that improvement worth the additional field time? For this project, I used EMLET RS2 Plus and RS3 GNSS receivers. I compared an RTK workflow with Opus rapid static processing, and then I used longer Opus static observations additional validation method. So, oh yeah, slide 2. You're good. Just go to slide 2. Yeah, I can do it. I can do the slides, Ronnie. There you go. My original research question was whether a short rapid static Opus workflow could improve control accuracy enough to justify extra time compared with the RTK. My initial hypothesis was that RTK would be faster, but that rapid static would produce more accurate, dependable coordinates. The RTK collection for 5 ground control points and 3 checkpoints took about 25 minutes, where collecting static data on the other 8 points did an average each point at least 16 minutes. It took 150 minutes, or about 2.5 hours. However, when I got the results back, Opus only gave me 4 solutions out of the 8. Said the data and the data quality, there were some warnings there about the accuracy and da-da-da. So the project changed from a simple accuracy comparison into a broader evaluation of accuracy, field time, process reliability, site conditions. Go to the next slide. And just for people that don't do a lot of drone work or aren't real familiar with it, yeah, just slide 3 there. Here you go. I got it wrong on these slides. For anyone who does not regular work with drone mapping or surveying ground control points, they're visible targets placed throughout the project site. Their coordinates are used to connect their drone imagery to the real world coordinate system. Checkpoints, they look similar, but they serve a different purpose. They're not used to control or adjust the drone model. They are used, held independently, and used to evaluate the accuracy of the completed survey. RTK, or real-time kinematic positioning, uses corrections while the survey is being performed. That makes it possible to obtain precise coordinates quickly. Static methods collect raw satellite observations over a longer period and process those observations afterwards. The goal is not necessarily to use the method with the longest observation time. The goal is to obtain coordinates that meet the project's accuracy requirements without adding unnecessary time or uncertainty. All right. So basically on July 3rd, just a couple weeks ago, I set up my EMLET RS2 Plus over a known NGS monument. The receiver received network corrections. I used GeoDNet, which we get provided through the survey school. Thank you very much. And I recorded a corrected position in EMLET Flow for about 10 minutes. I then used that coordinate, put it in RS2, and operated as local base. I used my RS3 as a rover. I measured 5 ground control points and 3 checkpoints. Each RTK point I observed for about 1 minute. After I completed the RTK survey, I returned to each of the 8 positions with RS3, put in its standalone mode and single solution mode, and did logging on each point for a minimum of 16 minutes and collected the data. And then I submitted, you have to wait 24 hours to submit it to Opus. So I also recorded, my RS2 was on the NGS monument. I had it logging for over 4 hours on the NGS monument. So I processed that through the Opus static to get a better coordinate. Because the rapid static results were not what I expected, I returned about a week later, and on that day I placed RS2 back on the monument and the RS3 on a checkpoint 2 that I had, and both receivers collected for about 2 hours of static data for an additional comparison. And just to give you a comparison between the difference between rapid static and static, There's a big difference. Rapid static's intended for observations sessions of at least 15 minutes, but less than 2 hours. It uses data from surrounding continuously operating reference stations or cores to model errors and calculate the position. Opus static uses observation sessions of 2 hours or longer. The longer data span generally provides more satellite geometry, more observations, and more information for resolving the baselines. However, receiving an Opus solution does not automatically mean the result should be accepted without review. The quality indicators, peak-to-peak values, station geometry, percentage of observation used, and standard deviations all need to be evaluated. In this project, only 4 of the 8 rapid static files produced solutions. The solutions that were returned included warnings that the quality indicator was below 3.0 and some standard deviations exceeded 5 centimeters. The 2-hour static observations were only performed on 2 points, so they should be viewed as validation checks rather than complete survey of static of all points. One of the major site conditions affecting the project was the available core's geometry. The closest station available was in Shreveport, from where I live. It's about 23 kilometers from the project. All the other available stations were more than 50 kilometers away. Rapid static processing depends on having suitable station data surrounding the project. It's not based only on how long the rover remains on the point. With only one relatively close core station, the others considerably further away, the processing geometry around the site was not ideal. I can't say that distance alone was the only reason for the failed or warned solutions. Satellite visibility, multipath, observation quality, atmospheric conditions, and specific data in each file may have also contributed. However, the sparse course geometry is a reasonable explanation for why only half the files solved and successful solutions contain warnings. Here's my evaluation of the timing and that it took to do it. So this shows the differences between the field time methods. The RTK took 25 minutes to measure all 8 points. The rapid static required 150 minutes. So that's about 6 times longer in the field before including the additional time required to prepare the files, submit them to Opus, review the results, and troubleshoot the failed solutions. The latter 2-hour static test required about 2 hours, but it covered only 2 locations from a production standpoint. RTK was clearly the fastest workflow in this test. And Opus reliability became an issue. So my hypothesis assumed that rapid static would be slower, but would provide a more accurate result. Instead, the main issue became reliability. 4 of the 8 files did not produce an Opus solution at all, and the 4 successful files included warnings that reduced my confidence in using them as higher quality control. In a production survey, accuracy is important, but reliability is also important. A method that requires sustainability, more field time, but produces usable results only half the time may not be practical. So my research question shifted. Rather than asking whether rapid static was better than RTK, I began asking whether short rapid static observations were dependable enough at this particular site and that was for this course geometry. This chart compares the horizontal coordinate differences found in the spreadsheet analysis. The values are shown in U.S. survey feet with approximate centimeter equivalents provided to make the scale easier to understand for anybody that's in an international audience or uses meters. The smallest differences occurred at checkpoint 2 and in comparisons between the longer static observations. Those differences were generally on the order of a few hundredths of a foot or approximately 1 to 2 centimeters. The largest difference occurred when the 10-minute corrected RTK base coordinate was compared with the monument data sheet coordinate. That comparison requires caution. A difference does not necessarily mean there was issues with the receiver. It also may reflect differences in data realization, reference epoch, coordinate source, network corrections, monument stability, or the way the coordinate was established. That's an important lesson from the research. Before ranking 2 measurement methods, all coordinates must be placed in a consistent reference frame, epoch, and coordinate system. The July 14th observations showed a stronger repeatability check. At the NGS monument, the horizontal difference between the previous Opus static result and the new 2-hour static result was approximately 0.068 feet or about 2.1 centimeters. At checkpoint 2, the horizontal difference was approximately 0.05 feet or about 1.5 centimeters. These results indicate that the longer static observations produce reasonably repeatable horizontal positions on the 2 tested points. However, it doesn't mean that the earlier 60-minute rapid static workflow was validated for all 8 points. A 2-hour static occupation is a substantially different observation and processing method. The result supports longer static observation as a useful quality control check, but not necessarily as the most efficient way to measure every ground control point. The results had 4 main findings. First, RTK was the fastest method. It measured all 8 points in about 25 minutes and provided coordinates immediately in the field. Second, Opus Rapid Static was not reliable under the conditions of this project. Only 4 of the 8 submissions solved, and the successful solutions included warning flags. Third, the 2-hour static observations were repeatable on the 2 points tested. This makes longer static observation valuable as an independent validation method, even though it would not be time efficient to perform at every point. Fourth, the coordinate reference frame matters. Some of the differences in the spreadsheet may include more than measurement error. Datum, epoch, network corrections, and coordinate source must be consistent before the differences can be interpreted strictly as accuracy. Oh, we're on slide 11. The project represents one site, one set of receivers, and one course configuration. Therefore, I'm not concluding that rapid static is unreliable everywhere. The conclusion is that the site at this site, more observation time did not automatically produce a usable result. So based on this research, I'd recommend a combined workflow for similar drone control projects. First, I'd establish a dependable coordinate for the base. That may come from published control, a successful long Opus static observation, or another verified control network. Second, use RTK to collect the production ground control points and checkpoints. RTK provides the most efficient field workflow, but important points should still be observed carefully with good satellite visibility and repeat measurements where appropriate. Third, use longer static observations selectively. Instead of occupying every point for 2 hours, place longer observations on the base and perhaps 1 or 2 independent checkpoints. These points can provide an external check on the RTK network. Finally, evaluate your core's environment before depending on Opus Rapid Static. Review the number and distance of available stations. Carefully inspect all process warnings and standard deviations. For this project, RTA combined with selective 2-hour static checks appears more defensible than RTK, followed by 60-minute Opus Rapid Static observations at every point. So to conclude, the RTK provided the best balance of speed and practical usefulness of this project. Rapid Static did not meet my original expectations. It required significantly more field time. Only half of the observations produced solutions, and the successful solutions included warnings that reduced confidence in the results. Longer static observations were valuable, but primarily as selective validation checks rather than as production method on every point. The most important lesson from this research is that longer observation time does not automatically guarantee a better usable coordinate. The complete workflow, including control quality, course geometry, process and reliability, reference frame, and field efficiency must be considered. Thanks for your time, and any questions, I'll try to answer.
Nicely done, Alan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you guys have questions, leave them in the chats. We can see all channels, YouTube, LinkedIn, and Facebook. So if you got a question for Alan, let us know. I did want to know, just because I know that you are in the commercial business as well, and you fly drones for like actual projects. When you are using them, when you're using your GNSS receiver to establish control, how often are you finding your baselines are massive and it's requiring you to set up a base?
Well, around here quite a bit, because like I said, we most of the core stations are over 50 kilometers. Some are over 100 kilometers. But so I think, and when I first got, thank you to Emlyn, thank you for Pix4D, thank you GeoDNet for the survey school for all the resources. I couldn't do it without y'all. But I think having a base on site is, you got to have it. I think that'll guarantee you your best results. Whether it's an NGS monument. You and I discussed a little bit about why it was off at the data sheet. It wasn't a type 1 or whatever you call it. It wasn't the best accuracy GNGS monument. So, and it was also on an older datum. So I think there could have been some issues there why it didn't match up as good as it should. So, but definitely having a base, and I think that's the only way to go if you're going to do this and provide deliverables to clients.
I always encourage it. I always say keep that short baseline. It's good to have. If you can improve your accuracy in any way, then definitely go for it. So
definitely
cool. Well, thank you, Alan. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Great job, everybody.
Awesome. All right. Before we go to the next speaker, we have a quick sponsored break, and I would like to thank our next sponsor, GeoNet. Alan did just mention them. So GeoNet provides the world's largest decentralized RTK correction network. I think they have over 20,000 base stations around the world. So this this globe right here, anywhere you see a green dot, they've got a base station that you can connect to through their network and receive centimeter level accuracy for your GNSS receivers. We are so fortunate they provide the survey school students free access to their RTK correction network. So all the guys that have their IMLID receivers, they are able to use GeoNet to get centimeter level accuracy. So we are giving the full package at the survey school. So thank you, GeoNet, so much for your generosity and for your support. We hope to continue to work together and teach more folks about GNSS technology, high accuracy positioning, and just satellite-based geometry for our survey control. All right. So next up, we have. Let's get our faces up here. There we go. So next we have Gamaliel. Gamaliel is from Mexico. And let's see here. Your slides are right here. There they are. All right, perfect. So Gamaliel is from Mexico and the founder of Geoscience Vortex. He is going to show us the Vortex toolkit and the modular framework designed to simplify and automate our geospatial office workflows. So Gamaliel, floor is yours.
Thank you, Rami. Is this possible to share my screen? Yeah, thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Rami, for having me here. Today I'm gonna have a little problem here. I know how to solve it. Yeah. I'm gonna share my personal project. This is software I've been developing for the last years, but I want to show you how it works. So yeah, this is some years ago I faced some problems in different projects, so I started to begin to create some solutions to solve some different kind of problems, and then I'm going to show you. This is a software. It runs on Python. So I'm going to play it, and this is the user interface. Today I have 20 modules grouped in different families. Every family solves a different solution for different kind of different types of works. So, I realized someday, I'm sorry, I'm really nervous that surveyors have some problems sometimes with this kind of stuff.
You're fine. You're good.
Thank you, Rami. My software tried to solve different applications. Like I'm going to talk for the very first one. In 2017, I was working on a solar project, and then I found that nobody knows actually the earthworks quantities to where we have to get, where we have to arrive. So I really tried to solve a problem because nobody knows how the grading surfaces, the design grading surfaces. So I start to work learning a software called Dynamo. Dynamo, you can find it in Civil 3D. Dynamo allows you to create some algorithms. It's like I'm going to show you this one. This is you here in Dynamo you can design different algorithms to create different rules and solve different problems. So in the solar project I was working, we have a lot of decisions that should be we have slope tracker tolerances, drainage paths, cut and fill materials. So my algorithm evaluates every constraint to try to solve the final solution and reproduce it like in every project. So this is an example of what it does. In traditional gradient design, the people who design it try to make a flat platform and cut everything and fill everything to solve the tolerances in the solar trackers. But my algorithms reduce the cut and fills because it reads the design criteria and applies it for the design, so I can minimize the earthworks move, and it solves time because you can actually install the solar trackers without moving a lot of quantities of earthworks. It's like very easy way to get to the solution because designing solar projects needs a lot of work because you have thousands of elements that have requirements. When you design it, for example, by an algorithm, it solves every single problem, and it takes a really lot of time. When you have this kind of solution and you just have to put the layout, the terrain, like a LiDAR terrain, and the design criteria, and the algorithms match everything, and makes this kind of solution in just a fraction of time. Like I'm talking about 1 or 2 days. So it reduced the time in the design. And also, when you create this solution and you have a lot of vectorized points or coordinates, and I found a way to generate a coordinate model in InfraWorks. I wish to show you. So this is a solar project. I work in Colombia. All this information comes from the algorithm. It creates the design surface and also the model. So I show the people in the work how we have to construct. And this is all fully automated. I just need 3 inputs: layout, design terrain, LiDAR terrain, and the criteria of the trackers. And this is one of my solutions, or one of my models to solar projects. Another model, it's like some years ago, I was working on some facilities, and they asked me to provide progress monitoring like every week. So when you have thousands of kilometers of different infrastructure, so you have to survey everything every day to give information to the people who needs to know the level of the construction progress we are on. So I found a way to connect the information from the field, and coding everything from the it's called like when you have a construction site, you have like a list of elements that you have to build. So I found a way to take the Excel information, code everything in the controller of the GNSs, and connect it to the with an algorithm connected to the Civil 3D. So the land surveyor on site takes information every day, code it from the list of the codes that I upload to the controller, and the algorithm takes all this information, group them in different elements like electricity, drainage, water, everything. So the algorithm takes the information, then automatically draws the lines in the Civil 3D, and automatically fills the progress in a Excel sheet. So it's like a very, for me, it was a very amazing way to get information from the field and put it in a progress information for the team. So this is another model of my software. The next one is it solves another problem. Years ago, I was building a rail infrastructure. We in that work use trolley. The trolley, it's like a very great equipment who it takes a lot of information. You work with it. You push it. It is recording a lot of information every second. But sometimes this trolley fails for any kind of reason. A cable breaks, or it needs maintenance, or it needs to go to calibrate. So sometimes we don't have it inside, and it stops us from keeping having information. So I tried to find a solution to get information and process it, but without the trolley. So sometimes the trolley gets struck by the train, and you need to find different solutions. So I found a solution getting data from the field using this chute you see here, and then I found a way to take a lot of information, less information than the trolley, yes, of course, like 5 meters or 10 meters, but the algorithm I create takes all this information, groups the information in different rails, and then makes the calculations or makes the calcs that the software of the trolley do at the same way. It solves this problem, and even more, the model creates in this time of develop, it creates automatically drawings and tables, annotations. So I have a solution for some clients because you don't need every time the trolley. You sometimes just have to check the information from the field. You have to compare the state of the geometry, and sometimes you just need to know if the geometry it's fine or it's okay, and my model solved this without the trolley. So maybe I show you what it does. For example, I will open the model. So here you just have to add some CSV information. For example, this one. The information you put here the information from the client, from the project, everything you need here, and the logos actually, and then you just so you take the survey information and it calculates everything and gives you the final reports for the client, and it told us if the rail it's fine. It just takes some seconds. I'm gonna open the folder, and here it has just created this information, and you can see the drawing. This is I didn't add a logo, so it's empty. But the model or the solution, it's like it does everything. It do the maths, it do the calculations, and drawing for you. It's like well, it's like a complete solution for this kind of project, and it just takes some seconds. And then, well, this is another model. So another one is tank inspector. In another kind of project, sometimes you have to analyze the information from above ground tanks, but well, today you have a laser scanner, and the laser scanner have some software who does everything. But in a project, I didn't have my laser scanner with me, so I have to think in a traditional way to check the geometry of the tanks. So I took a lot of information around it, but I think that I can solve it with an algorithm as well, because checking all the math by yourself or a manual like drawing and like a traditional method, it could make you make some mistakes. So I designed also an algorithm to process the observations and check the information, and it automatically told me if the geometry complies with the tolerances. This model is now running on Dynamo. I don't have it on the. I don't have it complete on the software, but I'm working on translating to the Python coding. But to show you, in Dynamo, you just have to run connect the information, run it, and the software makes all the calculations and tells you if everything is fine with the tanks. So this is another model. And then I began to think in different solutions for any kind of works. And
Gamaliel, I'm gonna just stop you just because we are well over time.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Is there a place that you are publishing this work that people can take a look at and continue to see what you're working on?
No, I have not it in anywhere, but I'm working on it. It's not a finished solution. It just I'm developing it. So
Okay. How can people contact you if they want to learn more?
well, I'm gonna show you my LinkedIn by Gamaliel Flores. So I'm gonna write it in the YouTube in just 1 minute.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for sharing the toolkits that you're working on.
Thank you, Remy.
Yeah, of course. All right. So, for our next speaker, this is actually a special guest speaker for us, and I have an incredible amount I'm just incredibly honored and privileged to introduce you to our next guest speaker. They are coming to us from Ohio State University, and this is someone that I have a lot of respect for, and someone that has really helped me get to where I am today. I would not be the researcher that I am without someone that is just leading the industry. So it's my great honor to introduce you guys to Dr. Rongjian Chin. He is a professor of geomatics at The Ohio State University, working in the geodetic engineering department as well as the electrical engineering department. Dr. Chin is a heavyweight in computer vision, photogrammetry, and Gaussian splatting. He is the editor-in-chief of the Photogrammetric Engineering and Remote Sensing Journal. And today he's going to be presenting some research on accurate 3D measurements in 3D Gaussian splatting for level of detail 2. So, Dr. Chin, thank you so much for being here today and sharing with us the work that you guys are doing at OSU.
Sure, thanks, Rami. Hello, everyone. My name is Ranjing, as Rami already introduced me. I'm a professor at Ohio State, and today I'm actually going to share some of the work that we've been working on. I think it's pretty practical in terms of and well connected to the industry. And the work was primarily done by my student Dayan Dunn, and the credits of the slides also goes to him. So I'm going to start. I know that, you know, and when Rami was introducing the work, and he also talked a little bit about the LOD2 models, and I'll actually mention briefly at the end. Okay, so 3D Gaussian splitting is not something that is new to us, although it was just introduced like 2 years ago. Yeah, almost 3 years. It's sort of just to put it in a nutshell, it's fundamentally different from a traditional structure from motion or photogrammetry, because the way how it works is instead of triangulating, it basically tries to learn representations that you can actually best fit the inner and let's say the view that you're looking at. So the idea is that, you know, instead of reconstructing every single point measurement, like, you know, every single individual point in the scene, what it does is basically creating this, you know, Gaussian bubble such that, you know, when those bubbles reproject to your views, it can accurately represent what you have seen from your collections. So because of that characteristics in the way how it actually works is completely different, right? So basically it requires basically two types of measurement. One is basically the color. So the way how it works is that it goes through what they call it, you know, sort of color blending. So when you are trying to project a Gaussian ball to a view, basically you have multiple layers. You started to kind of, you know, look into, you know, which ball is actually opaque, which ball is actually transparent. What you're going to do is you're going to take those as a heavy weight and basically blend them and then basically show the colors. In the meantime, what the algorithm is trying to learn is trying to learn the size of the Gaussian, you know, the color distribution of the Gaussian and so on, just to and when it comes to the depth, right? So a lot of times when we talk about a measurement of the 3D geometry, we're not really talking about the 3D from the Gaussian. We're talking about the depths from different individual views. This is very specific because the way how the Gaussian splitting works is that instead of giving you a surface geometry, what it gives you is basically the center of the Gaussian, where the way how you wanted to get when you're trying to get the geometry out of it, what it does is basically going through a rendering equation of the depths, right? You can think about, you know, when the ray is kind of shooting through the space and then it transpasses multiple Gaussians. It's going to take the weighted average of the depth of the Gaussian. It basically ended up with giving you a depth number. And combining the view and the depth, you're going to get the 3D geometry of the Gaussian. And there are a lot of problems with this measurement. I will talk about a little bit later. But before I talk about the measurement of the Gaussian, because a lot of times people were complaining, we're never going to be able to get the accurate point from the Gaussian splatting, because the way how it works is basically to favor the rendering instead of this geometry. So before I talk about that, I wanted to step back a little bit and talk about how typically this is done in terms of the measurement if you have a photogrammetry projects, right? So let me start with something. If you are flying your drone projects, you're going to fly your drone, you're going to do the bundle adjustment. Of course, nowadays the standard practice would be that you fly the drone, you get the bundle adjustment, and you get the sparse point, you get a dense point. You can go from that dense point to a surface and to the mesh, and you start to do the measurement. But if you go way back, when you are trying to look into precision, precise measurement from the stereos, people actually go with the stereo measurement. I'm pretty sure many of you might still know about this, and you ended up with using a goggle and a 120 hertz and monitor, or you're using polarization, and basically that allows you to have different views from two different images, and then you started to do those scrolling and measurement. So this is to use the human perception of our stereo capabilities. So so thinking about you are watching a sort of IMAX movie, right? So you have to wear a goggle, I mean, you kind of have this perception of all the 3D. This is working exactly the same with the stereo measurement. This is still the golden standard if you wanted to have the point measurement to be super accurate, right? But then we also know that this requires expertise in specialized devices. Especially, this is known that not everybody is very comfortable with the stereo measurement when we're wearing the glasses, because some of the people might get dizzy, and some of them are just not able to see the stereos, because of the biological differences. And this is one of the things that still today, if you wanted to have a highly precise measurement from the area surveys, you will still have to rely on stereo measurement, even for terrains, for building objects, and so on. And another thing is that actually most of the people are using right now is just to run through the entire pipeline, go edges of the pixel body, get your mesh, and then going and import that into the 3D editing software or measurement software, and then you started to to measure, all right, the size of the volume, the stock pie, for example, or the masses by measuring the lines and points and so on. This is well supported, and there's very good ecosystem in terms of mesh model measurement and all that. It's also the most convenient way of doing that, and you get direct coordinate from the mesh model. But the only caveat is that the mesh generation process is actually algorithm based. That means you are going to inherently inherit the uncertainties coming from the dense matching algorithm. That is a fundamental algorithm in photogrammetry, which is relying on the color consistencies and smooth constraints, a lot of stuff that is mathematically sort of equated. But then the problem is that it's not always give you the right measurement. I'm pretty sure you have the experience of those thin structures. If you have fences, if you have for example, electrical towers and so on, you will know that the meshes are basically massively wrong. So these are the drawbacks of those kind of measurement. And of course, Gaussian splitting nowadays is everywhere. Easily also integrated. So it works pretty well in terms of visualization. And they are offering also sort of measurement ways. For example, if you go to SuperSplat and drag your model into it, you can simply click one point. It basically starts to look for the depth of that particular point, and basically that will generate the 3D measurement for it. But the only problem, as I mentioned before, 3D GS is not for measurement. So the depth is basically view dependent. So if you get a 3D coordinate from this view, you might end up with getting a different 3D coordinate from different view, even for the same point you're looking at. Here's why it works, why this works in this way. So when you are looking at one camera, it basically look for the depth point by combining all the multiple Gaussians and doing the depth, doing the weighting in terms of the depths. And when you look at the different camera, still look at the same point, but it ended up with another depth point because there are multiple and Gaussians at the backwards where you basically combine that, right? So in that case, you're not going to be trusting what the SuperSplat types of measurement basically measure the depths is going to give you. I will give you a very good example. Let's say if you measure a point on the super depths, it's going to compute the depths, but when you move around, you will see that point actually drift off. That is because as I said, the depths are basically view dependent. So you never should be able to trust the 3D point measured through the depth-based propagation. Right? That gives us an idea when we are trying to panning around all those 3D Gaussian splitting. This is so beautiful. I mean, look at those, transparent, reflecting surfaces. We really want to get some measurement out of it, right? Super accurate. One thing we've been pondering around is that, okay, well, if you wanted to use the Gaussian to sort of get the depths, it's not accurate because inherently you are looking into their fundamental structures. But what about using our human perception again? So if you look at the videos continuously, just to focus on one point, you will figure out, we as a human being, we have a very good capability of tracking points. So if you panning this model around, you stick on the point, you pretty much can look into the same point again. So the idea is the following. So maybe instead of relying on the fundamental structure of the 3D Gaussian splitting, what we should do is probably to do triangulation. Like go back to the old games, right? So what we're gonna do is the following. How about we have a view and we click a point, we rotate that view, click the same point using our human capabilities. In that case, you can click as much as points you want, and eventually, in the end, what you basically do is trying to triangulate, right? So why that works? That basically follow very easily, what we call it least square solution for intersection. So you got multiple rays. You're basically gonna run least square adjustment by making sure that you get the best solution of these triangulated points. And of course, because you are not going to be accurate for every single views, there are going to be some uncertainties. Because this is well formulated least square problems, you can always do is you can compute the uncertainties out of it by basically taking the covariance matrix of that optimization. And then in the end, not only you're going to get a very accurate measurement, but you're also going to get the algorithm tell you, hey, this is accurate towards how much degree, right? So this is going to give you error covariance. So you're going to be more and more confident about the point. If you click multiple points and you feel like, oh, this is not very accurate, the error ellipsoid is bigger, I can nix that point and I can do another one. So that's kind of the idea that we have. So we implement this, right? So this is implemented in Cesium, and I will share with you the link as well, so you guys can try. So basically, the idea is how it works is basically you find a point you want to measure, and you click a point, and this starts to have a ray. And then you continue to move around and click another point, and you get a point out there. So basically, this uses triangulation, right? So, and then in this case, you can see this is a particular example that we wanted to show you, that what you can actually do is you can use Gaussian splitting to measure the power lines, which is almost impossible for mesh-based models, especially if you're thinking about those power lines are only taking up to 1 pixel, right? So if you run pixel 40, if you run Aegis-Soft or whatever, you won't be able to reconstruct these thin lines here. But you can actually do this with this type of triangulation. Gaussian splitting is very good at those thin structures, and we're going to utilize that. All right, so. And not only for those, well textured areas, flat areas, you can also do that. If you click one point, the ray is going to shoot down there, and then basically you focus on that point, you click multiple points, and you can end up with doing the triangulation, and that's going to give you a point. If you see a little bubble here, that bubble basically means that uncertainty matrix that I was talking about, right? So the bigger the bubble is, the less accurate it is, right? So you can based on that to adjust if you wanted to redo that measurement or not. Even for the transparent surface like this, you can still do that measurement very well, right? So this is basically utilizing our human perception. This one is a particularly interesting case here. I wanted to stop here and do it again. So because the surface is transparent, when we shoot a ray to this particular surface, you can see that ray actually went through. But as a human being, we kind of have an idea of how that ray is intersecting with that transparent surface or semi-transparent surface. You can panning around, looking around, and making sure I'm far enough to be able to determine which part of that surface is. In this case, you can still measure this a very accurate surface point on this transparent surface, which is impossible. You probably know that if you run a mesh model, what you get is basically mushroom or sort of sugarloaf types of architecture, that especially for this type of very challenging surfaces. All right. So of course we need to validate the idea, right? So when we come up with an idea, hey, you wanted to figure out if that is as good as some of the golden standard, for example, stereo measurement, or if this is better than the mesh measurement or super splat, right? So the way how we do it, we select about 20 points, and those points are heavily triangulated using manually identified identical points. So that is to guarantee this is as super accurate as possible. This is even more accurate than the stereo measurement because we're using more than 10 rays, and those are the rays directly coming from the original bundle adjustment. All right, so this is a reference point. We have 20, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna have about very complicated things like thin structures, transparent surfaces and all that, and we're going to compare with several things. We're going to compare mesh measurement, basically run through a mesh model, click the point, trying to figure out how accurate it is. Or we're going to use our methods, right? Basically panning around those views. I wanted to make a distinct difference. I want to make a clarification for those multi-ray triangulation as a reference versus our method. Our method is that we're using rendered views. For the reference, we're actually using the original views. So of course, the reference is going to be more accurate than the proposed, the 3D measurement based approach. And we're also going to compare with the super splat, and we're also going to compare with the stereo measurement. That is the golden standard when we are trying to have a very, very accurate point measurement. Here are the results. And you can see that, in terms of the arm, so again, so the data set is about 1 centimeter GSD. So we're looking at basically around 1 centimeter of differences or so. If you look at the golden standard stereo measurement, it's basically the area is around 1 pixel, 1 centimeters. And when you're looking at our method, it's really not far away. It's like 1 centimeter difference. And it's but if you're looking at the mesh-based measurement, 3 times bigger. And if you're looking at the super splat, this is not even being useful at all because this is way, way, way above the number we're looking at, right? So this basically shows that the way how we actually do the Gaussian splitting based measurement is pretty close to the golden standard. And it doesn't require stereo measurement. It doesn't require you have the stereo capability. It can actually run any 3D Gaussian splitting in models, right? So eventually, we have several conclusions. Stereo measurements still get the best results because that's golden standard. You select the views from the original images, triangulate them. Super splat is always the largest. In mesh measurement have failed on several points, but we don't see it here. We still have some numbers here, but I will show you a couple of examples that mesh measurement failed. For example, this is one of the example here. 3D GS would be able to see those objects very well. In the first case, on the top left, and you can see, this is already there are already a lot of artifacts like bubbles and all that. Of course, if you want to do a measurement, you can do a measurement. Of course, it's not going to be accurate. And if you look at the lower case, right, so there's a hole here, but it's actually gone in the mesh, right? So the mesh was not able to reconstruct that. It only captured the shadows casting them to the ground. In this case, you won't be able to make any measurement. Of course, the comparison basically shows that 3D GS could be able to measure all the points, but the mesh cannot. This is basically a similar thing, and this is actually one of the examples that I showed already. So this is actually a square, but when you go through the mesh model, this is NWS, it's between the square and the triangle, right? But if you look at the Gaussian splitting, it always gives you the right details where you can make the measurement, right? So of course, in the end, the mesh is not really successful. You look at one particular point, right? So the 3D, so there's a specific advantage of the 3D GS in terms of capturing very, very small and detailed objects. All right, so so I promised that I will talk a little bit about LOD2 and eventually, and because since we already have some of those measurements, right? So we already shown that 3D GS you could measure very accurately all those points. How about go this a little bit further to some of those more valuable vector products, right? So we take the LOD2 beauty model as an example. So traditionally, we know this is one of these fundamental infrastructures for digital cartography, right? So the CAD models, LOD2 models are almost useful for surveyors and people are using those things. So the current process, a lot of people do is that they fly LiDAR, they fly and you fly imageries, they capture dense reconstructions, and they do AI-based detection, and then construct topology, and then end up with LOD2 models. The problem is that once you've done this, you got to go through every individual building and to correct all those wrong geometries. This is very tedious because the AI is not going to give you all the correct answers. But unfortunately, in surveying community, we are almost having zero tolerance on inaccurate topology in terms of the vector data, because sometimes just the 10 centimeter differences is going to make a huge deal when people are talking about, for example, Lambert claims and all this. And the idea would be, since we have already the accurate measurement, why do we start with this measurement and then using those measurements to construct, the LOD2 models? Then that's going to give us guaranteed in well-constructed points. Of course, you're going to do this measurement, with semi-manual types of approach, because you need to click a couple of points and measure a couple of points, and then the model is going to fit those points. Right? Even for that, it's basically scientific problems because it hasn't been really solved very well yet. Right? But for that, we ended up with starting a small experiment here. We said, okay, well, how about let's take those points as points of the graph, right? So we're going to do graph neural network for that. So what we're going to do is that if you assume that you're going to measure individual points, of course, this point doesn't have to be from the 3D-GS measurement. It could from a stereo measurement, could start from extracted point from your LiDAR measurement as well. Right? So let's start from the sparse 3D corners that you measured, and then we construct the graph. In the graph neural network, basically what you're trying to learn is trying to learn the weights between those, the connections between the vertices. So I'm not going to go through the technical details. I wanted to give you guys an idea of it, right? So and basically what the network is trying to learn is trying to learn the connections between all those vertices, and also trying to learn the volumetrics to understand how empty the space are. What are the full space and what an empty space, and start from there. Start to build the geometry and end up with the solid geometry coming from those volumes. Right? Again, so I can spend probably 20-30 minutes to talk about this, but I'm trying to make this very brief. Just for you to the takeaway message would be, hey, this is neural network, this is AI, this is design structures specifically focusing on getting those sparse points into a solid model. All right, here are the prediction results. The blue ones are predictions, and the red ones are basically going truth. And here are the volumetric predictions as well. Basically, of course we have some errors and here and there, and we're going to show you that these are all editable, right? So it means that originally you have some errors, but you would be able to have those control bars to actually fix some of those errors very easily. And we have some metrics, and this is preliminary work, so that's why we only train on a very small set of buildings, only 12K. And of course, there are a lot of LOD building models and building models available worldwide, where you can utilize all of those to reconstruct, to train a model, or to use a better model, better capacity model to get a better results. But all in all, I wanted to show you the final results here. So this is kind of the showcase. And this is also my last slide as well. And so let's assume that you wanted to measure this building. And of course, again, the measurement doesn't have to come from the 3D-GS. It could come from stereo as well. You measure those corner points and you put it here, and then you generate LOD2 models fitting those graph neural networks, right? If you get those corner points very accurately, and the LOD2 model is going to guarantee that they're going to utilize all those vertices. Now you can see those graphs are being reconstructed, and there is a thresholding. You can actually play around to see how those points are actually connected, and then eventually you end up with a vector data where you can basically export as shapefile, export as CSV, and all that deliver to your customer. The good thing is that you don't have to do the quality check anymore, because that's coming from your precise measurement. Of course, where that comes to come to some sort of efficiency issues and issues here and there, and these are going to be something that to be solved moving forward. This is a rather complex building, complex single building, and you can see the graph neural network construct very well in terms of the topography. So turning that measurement from the 3D-GS all the way to the vector data. All right, so I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. So you can see there's another one. Let's see. Yeah. So you basically do the same, right? So it doesn't really require you have, it doesn't really set, okay, well, it only works with specific type of buildings. It works all types of buildings because the goal here of this GN model is to figure out which two vertices to connect, which two axes not to connect, right? So in this case, it doesn't really matter the complexity of the building. And of course, we're still having issues with complex buildings, but these fundamentally, theoretically speaking, this is not the limitation for in terms of the generation tool. All right, to conclude, and I wanted to say, and that the 3DGS, in the contrary, could be used as a tool for measurement, right? So it can be used as a photorealistic visual reference, but also could be used as a multi-ray point measurement, right? So this method, as we validated, could achieve 1 to 2 centimeters of RMC for a 1 to 2 centimeter of GSD data set. Right? It measures thin structures, sharp corners, transparent surfaces, what types, where most of the mesh-based measurement is going to fail. The current workflow, allows to create reliable and high accuracy data. And we already show you guys a little bit of proof of concept that LOD2 reconstruction is possible. Right, so there are still some drawbacks, of course. And the accuracy depends on the feature visibility. For example, you have a super transparent surface. It's probably going to be a little bit more difficult for you to find out how to actually triangulate the ray. And of course, it also rely on the images you take, rely on the 3D Gaussian splitting results that you generated. But as long as this is very standard photogrammetry acquisition, you typically would accept that would expect that your result is pretty good. All right, so again, the point measurement rely on human perception. You're going to pan around, trying to figure out which are exactly the same point that you clicked in the previous panning round, right? And of course, the efficiency, we rely on our human perception. That means you have to spend some time in the manual work. But this is also a way to guarantee, you have zero tolerance, if you have a zero tolerance in terms of errors. All right. So of course, a lot of things to improve, but I just wanted to shed the light here, and you guys can try. Let me see. Okay, yeah. So you guys can try this measurement tool. So the LOD tool are not up there yet, but you can try your own model, but it has to be like in 3D tile format. Right. With that, I'm going to conclude my slides. I'm happy to entertain any questions if you still have time.
Thank you, Dr. Chin. Really impressive work. I love seeing this. I think everyone is really hyped up about Gaussian splatting, and just seeing now that we have research coming out where we're actually able to construct accurate models is incredible. Not to mention how realistic we can actually extract vector data from it too. We did have one question. So when performing the aerial triangulations, what would you recommend to be a realistic number of rays? You did say 10, but if you want to be safe for sure, how many rays would you consider a good starting point?
So with our limited experiments, experiences in playing around with the tool that we developed, 5 is typically a magic number. When you go about 5, we don't see a lot of improvement. And when you go below 5, if you're super precise, let's say you're meticulously and cautious about how you click the points, I think 2 or 3 would already give you very good results.
Okay, great. Thank you again for your time, and thank you for all the help that you've done for me, and for providing this value to the community.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you, Dr. Chen. All right. Gonna do one last sponsored break. And so I would like to, where's my banner? Here we go. This is the last sponsored break for our symposium. Special thank you to Commercial UAV Expo. So Commercial UAV Expo is happening on September 1st to the 3rd in Las Vegas, Nevada. It is one of the largest drone expo shows in the US, where you can learn about UAV mapping. They have all sorts of public safety, all sorts of other vendors from different sectors that use UAVs. And everybody that's here today can get $100 off of either a full conference pass or an expo pass, just by using promo code RAMI100. And if you're a survey school student, you are actually going to be given a full conference pass absolutely for free. So what a great perk. Thank you, Commercial UAV Expo, for this wonderful opportunity and for giving our members an opportunity to basically come and network with the entire community. So very cool. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and get our next speaker up. Paul, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Hey, how are you?
Very fine.
Good, good. All right. So our next speaker is Paul. Paul is a PhD student in Nigeria, and he is going to be presenting some research regarding AI integrated INSAR and GNSS frameworks used to predict climate change in land deformation in coastal Nigeria. So, Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. My name is Paul. I will be presenting my PhD research work, although it's still ongoing, and the title is AI Integrated INSAR and GNSS Framework for Predicting Climate-Induced Land Deformation Affecting Critical Infrastructures in Nigeria. And what if I tell you that the ground beneath one of the Africa fastest growing cities is moving every day? But the unfortunate thing is that the movement is not visible for people to see. And these movements is not by meters, not by centimeters, but by few millimeters every year. And this is even enough to affect infrastructures like road, like buildings, like pipelines, and other infrastructures. And this city is Lagos, which is the study area, and is one of the fastest growing coastal city in Nigeria. And the challenge now is not whether the ground is moving, but the challenge is to know where it is moving and why it is moving, and whether we can predict where it will move next. So this question is the starting point of my research. And to the next slide, the third slide. In Nigeria, particularly in Lagos, previous studies has reported an increase in land. The third slide has reported increase in the rate of land subsidence, which is associated with climate variation, coastal development, and this is majorly affecting infrastructures in the coastal region. And as surveyors and geospatial professionals, we are very good at measuring change. We are very good at measuring changes. And while the satellite geodesy, which is the modern method, now allow us to measure deformation with millimeter level precision. And most existing studies only stops at monitoring. And this research is now asking a question. If it's stopping at monitoring, what of in the next few months, in the next few years, what will be the situation of the ground beneath our infrastructures? And another thing is that together with can this observation together with climate data and artificial intelligence be able to anticipate future deformation rather than describing the past? To the next slide, which is the fourth slide. The fourth slide. Okay, thank you very much. Now, searching the drivers. There are so many drivers that will help in answering this question. So that is the reason why an integrated framework which combine complementary sources of information was developed in this research work. And the first is the satellite radar. And this satellite radar will tell us where the ground is moving using INSAT technology. And it can measure tiny ground movement, even down to millimeters. Also, GNSS observation helps to validate these measurements using core data. Then climate variables. Climatic variables also will help to explain why the movement is occurring, because they are also one of the factors that facilitate or that cause land deformation in coastal region. And after the integration of climatic variable, then artificial intelligence techniques will be also adopted to allow us to learn from the past deformation in order to forecast into the future what is happening in the future. The next slide. Now, using INSAR observation, it was acquired between 2018 and 2025, and with this grand deformation map was produced of the study area. So what surprised us was not simply the presence of deformation, but its spatial variability. So rather than this deformation occurring uniformly across the study area, which is the Lagos city, deformation occurs within specific coastal regions. And these are the hotspot zones, and it is concentrated within the specific coastal and densely urbanized area, where many inland locations within the specific where many inland locations remain stable. So, although looking at the deformation, looking at the spread of the deformation, you can see that there are some that needs urgent attention, and infrastructures that are within this location will need to be checked in order to avoid collapse of infrastructure. So this spatial pattern suggests that land deformation is influenced by a combination of environmental conditions and human activities. And there are some key observations there that the subsidence concentrate along coastal corridors, stable inland regions, localized uplifts observed in the eastern Lagos. To the next slide. So, which infrastructure is exposed? Which infrastructure is exposed? Now, having looked at the spread of the ground displacement around the study area, so there is need to look at some infrastructures around the hotspot zones so as to give an early warning to check all these infrastructures. And some bridges, roads, and even the airports are also exposed to this ground deformation. In the next slide. So now, from monitoring to prediction. So after we have monitored, which is not even enough in checking land deformation, there is need for movement. There is need for prediction, rather. There is need for prediction. So this study, as I said the other time, is still ongoing. It's still ongoing. And the deformation products, and together with the climatic variables, and the climatic variables that we look at in this work is rainfall, the temperature, the soil moisture, and these are the variables that are the climatic variables which will be integrated with historic deformation patterns. So these will form a data set for the AI model, and this process is currently under development. And In this study, random forest support vector regression and long short-term memory. These are the techniques that will be used in order to predict land deformation within the study area. And the best performing model will be selected, and validation will be done using the core station. And the next slide. Independent GNSS observation from core will be used will be compared with the predicted deformation, and some statistical measures will be used, which is root mean square, MAE, and coefficient of determination, in order to check the performance of the model used for prediction. So, and finally, which is the next slide. Okay. Now, these findings shows that the satellite geodesy can already reveal where deformation is occurring through the INSAT technology. And the next phase of this research is to combine this observation with climatic information and artificial intelligence so that surveyors and infrastructure managers can move from monitoring stage to anticipating risk. And when this is done, we'll be able to send an early warning to these infrastructures, and steps will be taken in order to avoid any form of collapse of infrastructure. So to finish, by integrating INSAT GNSS, climatic observation, and AI, we can move from measuring deformation to anticipating future risk. Now, for rapidly growing coastal cities like Lagos in Nigeria, that shift could fundamentally change how surveyors support resilient infrastructure planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. I think it's really interesting to see how the infrastructure can be measured in terms of decay and collapse, and then we can properly estimate the effort that it'll take to come back and rebuild that infrastructure. So very cool. Any questions from anybody? All right. Thank you again, Paul.
Thank you so much.
All right. So our next speaker is actually a member of the survey school. He is a surveyor, actual surveyor that has been part of our community for about 2 years. And he has been in the field doing lots of work in terms of data collection. So Bill, I like your background, Bill. Can you hear us, Bill? We can see you, though. Bill, you hear us? Hello, Bill. We hear you, I think. All right. Let Bill sort out what's going on in his... Let me message him. We can hear you. Nope, unmute yourself.
Rami?
Bill, perfect. We hear you.
Hey, sorry.
I don't know if you... No, you're good. Can you hear me?
I can.
All right, great. So Bill is going to be presenting a design for an AI field assistant for surveying out in the field. I don't have slides for you, Bill. Do you have yours loaded up?
I did, yes.
All right.
Or I can screen share.
Screen share would be better.
Which one? Do I need to click something here?
Yeah, you go ahead. You start screen sharing, and then I'll bring it on to the stage. Yep.
Hopefully it's the right window.
We'll find out.
You should see a slide.
Not seeing anything yet. It has not popped up on my end yet.
It changed colors. Oh, here we go.
Oh, I see it.
Okay.
There we go. All right, Bill, the stage is yours.
Come on.
You're good right there. We see the PowerPoint.
You see the PowerPoint?
Yep.
Perfect.
We're good.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bill Pryor, and today I'd like to share an idea that started with one simple question. What if every survey crew had an assistant that never forgot anything? Over the last several decades, survey technology has improved tremendously. Our GNSS receivers are more accurate, our robotic total stations are faster, and reality capture is becoming a commonplace. But one thing hasn't changed very much. The surveyors is still responsible for remembering everything. In many cases, crews that once had 3 or 4 people now have one person managing the instrument, recording observations, taking photos, writing notes, and trying to remember all of the details later back in the office. The equipment has evolved. The documentation process really hasn't. Today's surveyor creates information in many different places. We collect coordinates, take photographs, record descriptions, make voice notes, and sometimes even text ourselves reminders. Later, we try to reconnect all those pieces together. The information isn't missing, it's simply disconnected. Every extra step increases the chance of something forgotten or takes extra time to reconstruct. Imagine you're collecting an as-built for a water system. You store a point, you take a picture, you write that down. It's an 8-inch ductile iron pipe. There's 45-degree bend. There's a butterfly valve nearby. You notice the fire hydrant is the wrong connection on it. You move on, and by the end of the day, you've collected hundreds of observations. Later, you're asking, which picture belongs with which point? Where was that valve? Why did I take this photo? None of these tasks require survey expertise. They're simply documentation. Meet the Survey Copilot. This is where the idea of the Survey Copilot begins. Not another data collector, not another CAD program, an assistant. Imagine speaking naturally while you're working. 0.245, 8-inch ductile iron pipe, 45-degree bend. Take a photo. The assistant automatically connects the voice recording, point number, GPS timestamp, photo, and notes all in one organized record. The surveyor keeps surveying. The assistant keeps track of everything. Today, this is still a concept, but the workflow is very realistic. As the surveyor works, the assistant listens in the background. It recognizes point numbers, organizes notes, links photographs to the correct observation, and prepares information later that becomes reports, GIS attributes, or project documentation. The goal isn't to change how surveyors work, it's simply the workflow they already have. Before starting this project, I mostly thought of AI as an improved search engine. As I explored it more, I realized something important. None of these technologies are new by themselves. Speech recognition, GPS timestamps, photo metadata, and large language models already exist. The opportunity isn't inventing new technology, it's bringing existing technology together into a workflow that actually helps surveyors. Once that foundation exists, possibilities become exciting. Automatic field reports, quality assurance, while you're still on the site, warnings about missing shots, voice-controlled data collection, automatic pipe inventories, reality capture linked directly to surveys, and GIS integration that happens naturally instead of manually. Every one of these features has become the same purpose: reduce documentation and increase confidence. This is probably the most important slide. This project is not about replacing surveyors, it's about supporting them. No, AI can't replace professional judgment, expertise, ethics, or responsibility, but it can remember every observation, organize thousands of details, and make sure nothing gets lost. The surveyor remains the professional making every important decision. The assistant simply handles the repetitive work. I don't know exactly what surveying will look like in 5 years from now. Technology is changing faster than any of us can predict. But I do believe our workflows will become much simpler instead of constantly switching between instruments, notebooks, cameras, and reports. Much of that documentation will happen automatically. We'll spend less time managing information and more time understanding it. That's where I believe our profession is heading. I'll leave you with one final thought. For over a century, we focused on collecting better data. Maybe the next step isn't collecting more data. Maybe it's capturing better context, not replacing the surveyor, empowering the surveyor. Thank you very much.
Anybody have any questions for Bill then? All right. We have well said, very impressive and interesting. All right, awesome. Well, thank you, Bill. Appreciate you. And yeah, awesome. Well, we'll have our final speaker up now. This is another special guest of ours. He is a member of the survey school, but a very respected, and I think a lot of folks in the school look up to him. Dr. Thomas S.H. Tom, how are you, sir?
On screen? Yes. How do I share the screen?
You are on screen. You are live.
Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, we hear you, Tom, and your screen is live.
Okay. This presentation was largely centered around 3D Gaussian splatting and utilizing a hybrid georeferenced model, more particularly with respect to the accurate as-built modeling and precision construction geomatics. A lot of what I'm presenting here is going to be based on an examination of a fused hybrid network, largely centered around insights from basically an ongoing research project that we currently have in place. I'm collecting data, and we are collecting data to an area of Southwest Florida from multiple construction sites of a variety of natures, both vertical building construction, some civil work, things of that nature, roadway, and looking to see the incorporation of all this, and how we're making this occur. The presentation roadmap, this presentation is, I'm going to read a little bit from script here. The presentation and underlying research intentionally combines three domains. And again, I emphasize 3D Gaussian splatting as an emerging neural rendering method, georeferencing method, and georeferencing and metric validation as core geometric requirements, and accurate as-built modeling as a precision construction and demanding operational application. The work is not framed as a replacement for conventional survey, photogrammetry, or laser scanning. Instead, and this is important to emphasize, it evaluates a hybrid architecture in which sensing technology is used for the function it best performs. Why does this matter? Reality capture must balance speed, visual fidelity, metric rigor, and interoperability. The hybrid framework fuses UAV imagery, GNSS, and LiDAR SLAM, and along with total station observations, the latter of which are clearly is the gold standard, right? We have the total station. We talk about all this technology and the evolution of it, but the total station still remains the gold standard. And the underlying thesis of all of this is basically hybrid georeference 3D GS should evaluate it as a high-value visualization and research framework. Again, it is not assumed to be survey-grade geometry. The metric trust must be earned through control, uncertainty reporting, and independent validation and reporting, and reproducible exports. However, with that comes certain constraints and limitations that occur, and a lot of those are in terms of native outputs are not automatically georeferenced in metric surfaces. In terms of the Gaussian splattings in themselves, they're volumetric and based, and we're not necessarily dealing with absolute points and surfaces that give us that geometric accuracy and metric accuracy that we are able to obtain with LiDAR and with our total stations and photogrammetry that were as well. So at the end of the day, what we're looking at is how do we take this 3D GS and how do we make that useful for professionals in geomatics without overstating metric accuracy. And that's what this whole research project and what this presentation is kind of all about. Again, Gaussian splattings are volumetric rendering elements. They're not guaranteed surface points, and we need to keep that in mind. And that's why we need to look at this from a hybrid model, from everything from the LiDAR, from the photogrammetry to the total stations, is that we're able to pinpoint points and surfaces in much greater absolute detail. Again, we're looking at the splat in the 3GS model. We're looking at volumetric. It's determining its volumetric center, not necessarily its actual how it computes, how it's developed that from basically the surfaces and the textures. It's a different model of how it accomplished that. It was intended for completely different purposes in its origin, but we're blending those things together. Engineering software, this is important. Engineering software consumes point clouds, surfaces, meshes, CAD, BIM, objects, vector-based type formats, things of that nature, for example, when we get into CAD and BIM, and not raw splats. Again, we reach over to research survey targets, georeference, visualization, and validated derived deliverables. So we report our RSME components, RMSE 3D, with bias, percentiles, things of that nature were required, and we hold out our CKPs such that we're able to make sure that they remain independent from the computed models. The quality gate, looking at visual quality metrics in terms of PSNR and SMI, LS, or LPIS, they all must be monitored separately from the geometric residual. One of the things I want to emphasize here is that good rendering does not prove metric accuracy. So these are some initial observations, and I want to take you for what they are. They're very anecdotal in nature because we have not done any of the level of statistical analysis we would do to produce highly defensible and what I would say that would survive any type of peer-reviewed analysis in terms of the data results and some of the analysis. So the preliminary data that's coming back with horizontal RMSE CM at 0.7 to 1.3. Again, in the vertical, we're seeing RMSEs of around 0.8 to 1.8. These are in excess of what we're generally able to see in literature. Now, granted, I have to say that we're looking at some incredibly narrow GSDs. We're using a 50 millimeter lens flown at 100 foot, 45 megapixel, and we're using some high degree of overlap and across pattern, across grid pattern. So we're collecting a tremendous amount of data and a high precision amount. We're not just shooting, typically, we're not just shooting a target that has a grommet in it that's a half-inch across. We're shooting not only the disc, we're shooting the survey nail. No, we're shooting the dimple in the nail. So we're very precise. Our GSDs, our ground control points are very precise in that respect. These performance envelopes do not necessarily yet support all precision, construction layout, construction tolerances, etc., and especially with respect to legal and cadastral or contractual measurements or applications without conventional validation. Again, I'm going to fall back to the total station, and I'm going to fall back to the LiDAR, which is much more absolute in nature. 3D GDS model can inherit, again, this is important to emphasize, it can inherit highly accurate camera positions, world coordinate positions, while still containing Gaussian splat that do not define metrically reliable surfaces. The survey accuracy should be assigned to the controlled photogrammic and LiDAR geometry underlying the model, not automatically to every Gaussian splat. Remember that Gaussian splat, the center geometry, is largely defined by its geometric position. Interoperability pathways. Again, native Gaussian splats are not the final engineering deliverable. At the end of the day, we hand our clients these point clouds and things of that nature, or we add them a splat and we say, okay, here you go. But what can they really do with it? This is that can VDC coordinators, survey crews, engineers open, check, and use the product without hidden coordinate shifts, scales, changes, or other undocumented perceptions. It should come to them in a format that they can use, they can consume, and put into a productive and meaningful set of data and usable product set. So 3DGS can accelerate communication and documentation for immediate but higher risk decision required for stricter metric validation and conventional survey controls. Again, we have to be particularly careful when processing and presenting our 3DGS data. And again, I think it's important to emphasize, and I think everybody that's on this line that surveyors understand, is that metric trust must come from control design, control design, control design, control design. That is what's important. It all starts with the control, and that we need to make sure that we're uncertainty reporting, that we're identifying potential areas of error, that we're correcting, that we're reporting on those errors, and transparently doing that, not saying, oh, I have errors or issues and not dealing with them. We need to make sure that they're easily reported, readily apparent to any of downstream consumers of that particular data, and that we keep our independence of the checkpoints, and that interoperability, of course, again, as I spoke to, and that we're not just reliant upon visual realism alone. 3DGS is incredibly impressive. It looks great. It looks like, because it looks so much better, it must be so much accurate. That's not necessarily the case. So we need to be cognizant of all of that. We bring it together and we create this incredibly effective platform that is not only geometrically accurate, it's very precise, but at the same time, we're able to share that photorealism with all project participants and stakeholders in a manner that's highly effective and communicative in nature. So at the end of the day, I just want everybody to take away from this is that and I say this as a final attendee key takeaway, is that 3GDS can make complex construction and geomatic data sets easier to use, communicate, and explore. Its professional value increases when it's embedded in a controlled multi-sensor workflow tied to documented project control systems and paired with independently validated metric products. And again, the appropriate question at the end of the day is this, and this is what's important, is we're not looking at so much as, is this model survey grade, but what we should really be looking at is which product validates by which evidence is fit for this specification. And with that, I'd like to conclude this presentation and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate everything that you've done and for us and for the industry. And I know how excited you are about research and about getting the community together. So thank you again for your time. So I am really excited to wrap things up with you all, but I want to kind of go over everything we've done today because we've done a lot. We've done a lot of great things. This morning, I told you all that we have a transfer problem, right? Many of you are working in the field. Some of you are in the office. Some of you are researchers. And the problem is we're having a tough time communicating with each other. We're having a hard time sharing information with each other. And yet today, we had 12 people join us, and they told us everything that they know, everything that they've worked on, whether that's business related or it's software related or it's hardware related, if it's data collection, if it's improving the industry and trying to get more people involved. We had 12 people spend the entire day with us and share their knowledge for free. And so what Tom is asking for, right, is very simple. You guys are out there collecting data. You are spending the time that you spend so much time out there collecting data, and you need to be using independent control. You need to be acquiring the data in a certain way. There's a certain technique to do it. And the reality is a lot of times that data just sits on your computer, right? And there's a lot of people out there that don't have the equipment to collect that data. They don't know what good data versus bad data is. And there's a lot of people that collect data and they have no idea. There's no confidence in their data. And that's really the issue, right? And that's why we need to be able to come together as a community and share data with each other, share the work that we're doing, share the research that we have found. This is what's going to bring the industry closer together, right? So you've been holding on to the missing half of this issue this whole time, right? Because no one's ever asked you to give us your data. Give us your data. Let's look at it. Let's analyze it. Let's review it. Nobody's ever asked that of you, right? You just kind of sit there. You hope the PM that you're working with likes the data, and then you just hope that it's fine, right? The confidence is not there. And you really wish that, hey, you know what? I wish I had like a community of professionals, researchers and people in the field and developers of these hardware and software companies. I wish they would just look and see what I'm doing. And nobody's ever experienced doing survey work just sitting down, right? You've all gone up, you've all been out in the field, you've all physically collected that data yourself. It's valuable. It's got real value to the industry. And you wish you could show it to the industry and get critiques on it and improve it and make it better so that you become a better surveyor, so you can collect better data. And so I'm happy to do the big announcement today, show you what we've been working on, something huge that's going to support this philosophy. I'm really excited to share this with you guys. We've put a lot of time and effort into this. We've got a quick, I think it's 2-minute video to share with you.
I'm a professional surveyor and a PhD researcher at The Ohio State University. I've been publishing YouTube videos about surveying and geospatial technology for over 6 years to nearly 100,000 of you. I've stood in front of thousands of people in this industry and lectured about the one thing nobody wants to talk about, the accuracy of geospatial sensors in survey-grade data. But it didn't start out like this. 20 years ago, I was just a kid working with my father, watching him build a business from the ground up with no mentor, no shortcuts, just trial and error. Today, I run the survey school, where my team and I help educate the next generation of surveyors, getting them ready to deliver high-quality data to their clients. They walk me through their data collection workflows, what instruments they used, what accuracies they achieved, what errors they encountered, and the final deliverables they're about to hand to their client. Then I take it apart piece by piece. They walk away knowing where the error came from, how to fix it, and how to improve their accuracy for the next job. Because before you put your name on a deliverable, before your client relies on your data, a professional should check the work. This is due diligence.
Oh, I am beyond excited to announce Due Diligence, a new online series that will basically feature one member every month, and we will go through their project, dissect it, go through all of the workflows that they did, all the hardware, the software, the data collection process, the control aspect, the correction method. And we're going to spend 60 minutes with them dissecting their data, and we're going to feature that all on YouTube so everybody can watch it. And so if you're working on a boundary plat, we had a project where someone didn't have any bearings on their plat. We're going to look at that and figure that out and do it all together as a community. Whether you're working with different Rhinax files, you're trying to understand your correction observation files, we're going to go through those and see how they all fit together. Or if you're working on a point cloud file and you've got drift in your data or you've got inconsistencies, we can look at all of it. If it's survey related, we're going to look at it. Bottom line. And so the real review is always going to come back, and we're going to see exactly what parts of your project is missing. This is a commercial project, so it's going to be used by either an engineer or a GIS company or whoever your client is. And so we want to make sure you have the proper deliverables that you're going to give those clients. So we also analyze and figure out, okay, you have your data. How do we turn it into information? How do we actually make something of your data? And so it's going to be free for everyone to watch on YouTube. Anybody can watch and learn and see exactly how we take people's data. If you want to be in the room to ask questions, this is going to be exclusive to the Survey School members, as well as bringing your projects. If you want to bring a project in, maybe you're not confident in it, or you want to improve it, or you want to learn how you can expand on your projects, definitely bring it to us. We're going to work with you and we're going to make it an even better project, more accurate, remove errors, help you better understand how your data works. And inside the school, we have several courses that are taught by real instructors. They're not just AI, paragraphs that all these you see all these AI paragraphs and they call it a course. No, we have real instructors. You've met many of them today. They're all licensed professionals that are working in the industry and are involved in academia. We have the community, which is just over 100 members from all over the world in different disciplines. Many of them you heard speak today have done their own research and have really improved their knowledge and their skills and their accuracy for their data collection. And now we're adding due diligence. Due diligence is going to be the next big thing, and I'm excited to launch it here today at the Research Symposium. We're going to be doing a monthly review of someone's data set and basically helping them improve their quality, improve their skills, and improve the way that they collect data to get high accuracy deliverables. In addition, we talked about all of the sponsors and the gear that you guys get for being in the survey school. I wanted to quantify just so that you really understand how much value there is here. IMLID is giving you a GNSS receiver and the Flow Pro license. That's included as a member of the survey school. Pix4D is giving you both Pix4D Matic and Pix4D Catch Pro license. That's $5,000 right there. The IMLID receiver and the license is $3,250. GeoNet, that's a $400 subscription to get RTK corrections. And Commercial UAV Expo, that expo is a huge event, and it's going to be $1,275 if you had to pay for it out of pocket. So that it's included for you to do marketing and do networking and meet with others. So you don't get it, right? You earn it. So I know people are skeptical, wow, this sounds too good to be true. You don't just get it day one, right? You have to earn it. You have to go through and show up and do the work and attend courses and be involved in the community. You know, we're not going to just hand you the information, right? You're going to earn it. And so many people in the survey school have. I think we've given away 12 receivers already. So this is definitely something that, you know, is an option for someone that takes this seriously, that is really trying to improve their knowledge and improve their work. It is not just for anyone that, oh, I want a free receiver. No, it's like you work for it. You know, you work hard for it. But there are a lot of people out there, and I'm sure you're one of them, because you're 4 hours and 47 minutes into this symposium, because you seriously care about surveying and geospatial technology, and you want to improve your data accuracy, and you want to understand where error comes from. This is for you, right? This is exactly where you want to be, the community that's going to support you and educate you and give you the knowledge that you need. And ultimately, like, I think that what most people don't recognize is that when you have people around you that surround you and have this positive mindset, you adopt that mindset. And so this is the amount of value. If I were to put a number on it, right, it's just shy of $10,000 of value that you're getting. That doesn't even include, like, if you were to go to a university to take a course. This is all here for you. And this is what our pricing structure looks like. All right. You may notice that the annual premium plan is actually cheaper than the standard plan. So we tell folks, hey, if you're just going to get started and you're not sure this is the right fit for you, you can start with standard, and then it's like a very low barrier to entry. But then you can upgrade to premium, which is effectively less money, and you get so much more value because you get the whole gear program that we have access to thanks to our sponsors. But everyone in the survey school is going to get access to due diligence. Due diligence is going to be open to everyone, and even if you're not in the survey school, you're still going to be able to watch and see what we're doing in the school. Worst case scenario, let's say, okay, you know what? I'm on the fence. I'm not sure if this is something I want to do. I do want to take surveying seriously. I want to improve my accuracy. I want to be able to create high accuracy deliverables and, you know, be able to work with bigger clients and make more money, but I'm not sure, right? Worst case scenario, you join, right? And you never submit a project to due diligence. You never level up, and you just lurk around and you're just like looking and seeing, and you're not sure where you want to do what you want to do with the survey school. The smallest thing, the minimum thing you're going to get are real instructors, right? Not AI models, not AI bots. You're going to get real people like Dr. Kursky, and we have Joe Nelson, who's a professional surveyor, and you have me, and you have Thomas. You have real people that are going to be in there talking to you. You're going to get 12 due diligence calls because we do one every month. So that's 12 opportunities to get into a call and ask questions and be involved in the due diligence call. Every recorded lecture is for you to watch. It's available for you to watch. It's on demand. It's there. So you can watch an entire course. You know, it is go at your own pace, but we do have live calls because we're building the courses as we go. So you have the opportunity to watch them anytime, whether it's an introduction course or a GNSS course or a least squares adjustments or GIS for surveyors. You're going to learn about how to fix your data, how to create deliverables, what other parallel industries are doing, and how you can be involved in them or with them so that you can, you know, hopefully land clients with them. And you just have a room of answers for your questions, right? There are so many people in there. There are over 100 members, all active, all very serious about this industry, and they're all trying to improve themselves and get better. And many of them were a part of the symposium today because they want to prove to themselves that they are real researchers and can do more with their work. So I am really excited and really happy to see so many bright people getting into this industry. I really enjoy serving. I really love serving. It's my entire passion. And I think that helping people get survey grade accuracy, improve their knowledge on the profession, and just, you know, provide a positive and a very like welcoming environment and community for anyone that wants to get into this industry is super important to me, right? It's extremely important. I know how negative surveyors can be and how mentorship can be tough. We don't have that. We are beyond friendly. Everyone is here to support you. Everyone's here. Everyone is excited. It is definitely a profession that is worth exploring or improving your knowledge and skills in. So I want to thank all of you for coming today. I want to thank our presenters for taking the time out of their days to show us what they have been working on. In addition, thank you to our sponsors of the survey school. You know, your support and your partnership has really made it worthwhile. Also, thank you to Intergeo for sponsoring one of the presenters to come to Germany and present their research at Intergeo. All right, we're at the end. I really hope that you guys found some real value here today. And whether or not you join the survey school, that's okay. I'm just here to provide value as much as I can. For anyone that is looking for a certificate, please visit thesurveyschool.com/certificate. And the certificate code is CM2026. All right. I will hopefully see all of you on Friday, whether you're in our community and participating in the live call or you're watching it on YouTube. I hope to see you on Friday for our first episode of Due Diligence. And with that, I thank you all for joining, and I will see you all very soon.